So, dear experts, dear Mihaela Țatreanu, dear organizing partners, Rosa Cisneros and Dieter Halvax, dear distinguished audience, Pralale Tai Peñale, Teuven Baktale. Today on November 5, the World Day of Romani Language, the European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture holds the second international conference safeguarding our Romani language in partnership with the Council of Europe, the University of Graz, and the WIV, widen European access to cultural communities via Europeana. With the leadership of Mihaela Țatreanu, we bring together experts, practitioners, and legislators who participate in the protection and promotion of the Romani language. The aim of today's event is to oversee the status of Romani, to discuss the issues of language preservation, the topic of transnational harmonization, as well as the practices in Romani language education. Our goal is to establish cooperation for language harmonization at an international level, to design future strategies for preserving the language heritage, and to fulfill the general need of Europe for Romani language education. This year, we will put special emphasis on the theme of heritage preservation involving digital tools. The conference will be held only online, providing a platform for international participants from various countries, and we will broadcast on social media of ERIAC and also of some partners of ERIAC. Special significance will be given to the use of Romani during the event. I would like to speak a few words about the history of the initiative. ERIAC, as you know, is a membership-based organization currently holding 223 members, bringing together Roma and non-Roma individuals and organizations with relevant and demonstrated competencies and experience in the field of arts and culture, and who are committed to the ERIAC values. The transversal Romani language section is to protect and promote Romani language as one of the historical and minority languages of Europe. In the beginning of 2019, ERIAC membership and management began discussing and designing ways forward for preserving Romani language heritage and to fulfill the general need in Europe for Romani language education tools. In 2020, in frame of the international outreach program of ERIAC, the Roma Cultural History Initiative, supported by the German Federal Foreign Office, ERIAC began a language initiative to create activities that feed into the policies of the European Charter for regional or minority languages. Database of Romani language teachers, translators, and interpreters were created in the frame of this initiative. ERIAC launched a call and invited language specialists to apply to be part of the experts database. And since this point, ERIAC is regularly contacted by German and other national and European authorities for recommendations. Thus, this database may serve as a pool and resource of translators, language educators, and interpreters. And another output was the Romani language textbook level A1. ERIAC established a collaboration with the language education experts of the Goethe Institute and the University of Graz to develop and produce a Romani language book for adults, A1 level. The Council of Europe's curriculum framework for Romani development by the Language Policy Division was the guiding policy of the initiative and the book. The textbook is written in the common Romani, general Romani language, and before being published, it will also be reviewed by European Roma language specialists, speakers of multiple Romani dialects, and ERIAC's Romani language experts database. In 2021, this year, the Roma language book level A1 arrived to the ERIAC office from the printer. And while it still smells like the printer, we continue to the evaluation and the testing of the book with the support of the Federal Foreign Office Germany in the frame of the current outreach program and with the lead of Mihaela Țatreanu and the Roma Language Council. This ERIAC initiative contains efforts with the long-term objectives to build on the existing framework for Romani development by the Language Policy Division of the Council of Europe as part of the Council of Europe's comprehensive approach to Roma and traveler issues, and also to continue the international work on the common Romani language with international experts with proven experience in the field. to develop teaching materials, to support the language relearning needs of Roma individuals, to organize trainings for Roma language teachers. Today, we aim to bring together the most relevant experts, policymakers, and practitioners of Romani language educators and academics who engage with linguistics research, development, and teaching materials. Departing from the notion that Romani language heritage is at risk, the conference will aim to establish a space of discussion to support the development of the Romani language at international level and to promote the recognition, preservation, development, and cultural political harmony and synthesis for the future of Romani language. In 2020 and moving forward, following the stipulations of the Memorandum of Understanding between ERIAC and the Council of Europe, ERIAC will continue building a close collaboration with the Council of Europe in its Roma language initiative to consider specific steps to take together for a longer-term initiative for the future of the preservation and education of Romani language. We trust that the experts at this conference will serve the building of our common transnational Romani language together with ERIAC and the Council of Europe. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to also recognize the work of the translators, Diana Sima and Seyhan Yassarov again, and the project team, Teres Szűcs, Ágota Szilágyi, and Andrea Petrus from ERIAC. It is my honor to pass the word to my colleagues in this panel, distinguished representatives of the partner organizations behind this noble initiative and also behind our conference.
Dieter Halvax już równoka plurilingualismu rimasco unitetul pentru Universitatea Graz,
who is an artist researcher at Coventry University Center for Dance Research. She's the principal investigator at Coventry University for the WEAF project. Rosa is a filmmaker, activist, and dancer who works closely with many NGOs and public social services. She's involved in and leading various EU-funded projects which aim to make education accessible to vulnerable groups and ethnic minorities, and part of cultural heritage projects that bring dance and digital technologies together. It has been ERIAC's honor to cooperate in several lab days in the frame of WEAV with Rosa, and we really enjoy and grow in this cooperation. From my part, all I need to say now is I wish you a productive, inspiring, and fabulous day, and I pass the word to Dieter Halvax.
Good morning, all of you. It's a pleasure and an honor to be part of this initiative. It originated from our long contacts with the Council of Europe, which now are going slowly over to a very good cooperation with ERIAC. And it's really a very good initiative to have an annual discussion round and an annual conference about the future of the Romani language, and maybe to find a productive platform for the future to really work on the development of the Romani language. And it's an honor and pleasure to do this. And I wish all of you a good luck for the conference. And I will be listening as good as possible and hope to learn something new from you. Thank you very much for your participation.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to all the organizers and the incredible team behind the scenes and all of the speakers. I'm really excited and happy and honored to be here. Yes, I am here as a cooperating with ERIAC, with the WEAV project. WEAV is a new project that is co-financed by the European Union under the CEF Connecting Europe Facility Program to enrich Europeana. Now, I just have 3 slides that I'd like to share, just because I think the visuals are quite important. So I'll do that very quickly. Hopefully you can see that. Yes? Great. Yes, great. So WEAVE stands for Widening European Access to Cultural Communities via Europeana project, which aims to develop a framework to link the tangible and intangible heritage of cultural communities, safeguarding the rich and invaluable cultural heritage which we represent. The Europeana website is a database. It's a digital library that's open access with over 50 million records, and you can discover engaging materials. But one of the things we know is that the Gypsy Roma traveler community is not as well represented within the Europeana database. And so with that, under WEAVE, we are aggregating and adding contents to the library. And I want to quote this mission from Europeana, which says, "We transform the world with culture. We want to build on Europe's rich heritage and make it easier for people to use, whether for work, for learning, or just for fun." And I think that it's important to have that in mind as we move forward, because preserving our cultural heritage is incredibly important. But having said that, as I said, the history, culture, and buildings of people and spaces are interconnected, yet it's not always visible. And Europeana and the project is aiming to make our culture, whether that be the language and the various facets of our community, and included within Europeana. To do that, we are organizing several what we are calling lab days, where we bring various people together from different profiles to come together to look at a problem or a question and decide what might be a way forward. And so within this context, we're looking at the safeguarding and preservation of Romani language. And so as we move forward with throughout the day, some of the things that we've been asking ourselves within the project is, what might archives or cultural heritage institutions consider when considering transnational language harmonization, particularly in relation to Romani language? What roles does digital technology play in Romani language education? And what should developers or tools and technology consider when creating software for Romani language and safeguarding our culture? And so again, very big questions, but I know that throughout the day we will be looking at many components and deciding and really critically reflecting on this. And it gives me great pleasure to be part of this project and to be here with and to learn from everyone. So thank you so much. And from the WEAVE project, we're very excited to have this lab day and to be part of this conference. Thank you so much. I think back to Timea.
Yes, it is back to me. I just have one idea. My technical team will not like this, but could you please turn on your camera just for 1 second so that we could take a screenshot and also promote this conference further on and see your beautiful and smart and brilliant the faces of our contributors. Just for a short moment, we will take a screenshot and a photo. Because during the rest of the conference, we will not have an opportunity for this. Just those of you who are able to manage this at the moment, we would really appreciate it. So please turn on your camera just for a short moment so that we can get a glimpse of our participants. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for turning on your cameras. This is amazing. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. And it is the end of the panel. We will take a 5-minute break and also screen a short video introducing the ERIAC language initiative. And after the break, the Romani language education panel is coming on with current practices and initiatives. Thank you so much. And the film.
Leeriakeski iniciativa vaše Romaničib kerel efortura karing i internacionalno Romaničib jaki reforma. Kerindos kooperacija ko internacionalo nivelo, arakhindos ketani strategije, taj standardura te šajgarave pesle čibjako barvalipe, tai telel pe samate o generalo mangipe ande Europa, vașo siclipe le romaneci biaco. Astardiam verver projekta, sarkotor andare iniciativa. Kitindiam informația pale școle, kai sikiopes e romanicib. Pale romanisikiarne, translatora, interpretora, tai astardiam te barriaras jek networko universitetengo, kai romanicib si sikiardi vai rodini. Akaras jek ketaneste le romanicibiaco consilo sacoberj, saves que membruria si specialistura pali romanicib, tai vacierne catarver ver romane dialectura. Teden amens fato ande amare effortura caringe harmonizația le romanecibiaci co internaționalo nivelo. Sar mai baro efforto catar cadaia inițiativa hramosardiam tai diniam auri le testoski ediția catarolil vași romanicib, nivelo AIEC, vaše bare manuša. Teșai Kirilolil o ERIAC kjertjas buti ketanis je ke but lace grupa sa hramosarnengi. Olil siles deškotora bazi sarde pe descriptora cataro nivelo AIEC. Si hramosardo ande ketani romani ando mai pinjardo loco hramosarimasco sistemo ke Evropaco nivelo. Si andre bazutni informația pali romani cultura todi ande sako kotor. Olil jal pale mai bare teme kai si ando curriculumo, tai tol ande aspecturia andari moderno acanicutni societeta, anindos je ketaneste elementura andar sake divesesco GVP. I chip todi andoli sas dicli catar panj romaneci biache specialistura, tai mangelte ania contribuția vașo barriaripe je ke ketani verziaco catare transnational romanicib. Kai te ovello kes haťardi catare maibut romenge grupe andare Europa. Acana olil sidiclo tai rodino catar vaciane romanecibiache tai catare expertura andar sastilumia. Olil si te ovel la ciardo tai printosardo te shaite sikiopes paleste ande clase andari sastilumia ando berj 2000 biștai dui. Eșerutne expert cale proiectes kisi e Mihaela Zatreanu. Sarkotor andaramaro eforto te kerasiek networko romanecibiache experturengo organizisardiam e internaționalo online conferenția lindo sama pale amari romanicib. Nascindos catari idea che le romanicibiaco barvalipe si ando risco, i conferenția mangelte vas de cooperația vaše harmonizația le cibiacico internaționalo tai naționalo nivelo. Te promovisaras o prinjaripe, o garavipe, o barriaripe, tai e culturalo politicani harmonizația, tai sinteza vașo avutnipe le romanecibiaco. E inițiativa si barriardi pe rezultatura kai existuin palo prinjaripe, tai pali promoția le romanecibiaci. De la li Evropotni carta vaše regionalo vai minoritete ingicibia cataro consilo le Evropaco, tai dicete nievarel pes le curriculumesco cadro vaši romani, kjerdo catari divizia vaște cibiaci politica, le Evropaci consiloski ando berj 2008, tai te harmonizisarel pes de curriculumența cataro naționalo nivelo.
Dear Ioanida, I passed over to you as the moderator of the second.
Ioanida, съм модераторка.
Thank you, Timea. I think that our translator, our Romanesque translator, is on the wrong channel. Maybe Andrea can help us. It seems to have been taken care of. Okay. Thank you. Timea. So I'm honored to be chairing the first panel of today's conference, our second international conference, Safeguarding Our Romani Language. The first panel is called Romani Language Education, Current Practices and Initiatives. The main language of this panel will be English, with Professor Thomas Acton, who will speak first, speaking in Romanes. So I want to give the full time to our distinguished panelists. So I'm going to jump right in with presentations from each of them. That will be about 10 minutes each. And I'd like to start with Professor Thomas Acton, who is Professor Emeritus in Romani Studies at the University of Greenwich. So please take it away, Professor Acton.
Okay, Vakrava ando correct no channel.
Am I on the right channel?
Yeah, Ashunen man.
Can you hear me?
Misto.
Perfect.
Okay, yetisaman te mangav te duma Romanes.
I want to be speaking in Romanes.
Kana von pendemange.
They told me that
te vakares gagines.
That you need to speak at this conference. I wanted to.
I apologize, Professor Acton and our translator. I apologize. It seems that we're not on the correct channels. Because we're hearing both the English and the Romanes at the same time. So I want to make sure that Professor Acton, are you on the Romanes?
You want me to change channels? So right. I found out how to do it. Wait a minute.
And I believe that the translator is also on the wrong channel.
Okay, akana ashunes man Romanes. Misto?
You can listen to me in Romanes.
Okay.
Can the translator also make sure that they are on the correct channel?
Yes, I'm on the English channel because he's speaking Romanes.
Okay, and Thomas, can you now speak so we can see?
Yeah, akaname ashana.
I can hear you well.
Okay. Yetisaman te duma Romanes numa.
I will be speaking in Romanes.
Kana ashunen meri referat.
You will hear my presentation.
To me hatiaren sosta.
So,
okay.
And I hope that you will be able to understand it.
Professor Acton, I'm very sorry to interrupt you again, but we're still having the same problem. So when you click on the English button, do you see and next to the Q&A, there's the translation feature, and yours should be on Russian.
I've got the language interpretation feature up. Mm-hmm. I am clicked on Russian and I'm clicked on mute original audio.
So at the bottom of your screen in that toolbar next to Q&A, do you see the word English?
It's not like that on my iPad. It's at the top in additional features. I can try clicking on original audio if you like. Is this better? When I speak, that's on original audio.
If somebody from the tech could intervene and help us out.
That's on original audio. That's on Russian. That's on English. I'm back everyone. On Russian now.
I'm from the tech team. I don't really know.
It doesn't seem to be actually making the switch. Andrea, do you have any thoughts?
So if a professor is in the Russian channel and muted the original audio, and everyone is in the right channel, so I'm in the English channel, and I could hear it.
Can everybody hear me at the moment?
Yes.
Nobody hear me.
Yes, we can all hear you, Thomas.
We hear you on the original channel, so I think we should continue in English probably, if it is possible.
Well, actually,
at the moment, I'm on original audio. Can people hear this?
Yes, we could hear.
I'm going
Hello.
to
Yes.
Yes,
I'm going to switch my chat on. So, if I can get it.
May I recommend something?
No, my chat won't.
Thomas, may I recommend something? Means that, means that if you can coordinate amongst the two of you, the rhythm.
Do
not have much to talk. I will just, I'll start.
Okay,
what do we want? What is okay now?
Yes.
Ioannida, this is working. You may start your moderation.
Okay, I think we figured it out. So thank you, everyone, for helping solve the problem. Let's continue with Professor Acton's presentation. Thank you.
What do we want from this conference? I have problems with the name safeguarding. We perceive it when the police want to hide. When they want to hide, when they're beat, let's say when they beat some family, Roma family. The Romanian language is like a small girl that we need to look after. And the Gaja wants her to die and to continue in the Romani lives. Who are those we? What is education? It's learning at the schools and the university level. Those are the biggest things. I apologize for not being able to speak Romanes very well. I'm an English Gajo. And I speak many other languages, but not that well. I'm not a linguist. I'm not a pedagogist. But I think if we preserve the Romani language, we need to speak it. Not just to say that it is needed, but because we want it. When our elders would say trubul or we need, it's work. And the freedom says it can. It is joyful. How do we play? I will tell you two stories, two true stories. And we will see how the Romani language is being spoken among the people. When I was a student in 1967, I made or organized the first Gypsy Council summer school, and one wagon among the Romani Chala, which are English Roma, illegally on an airstrip. For next 3 years, I was writing down small stories with the children. There was this newspaper. And now you can turn on my PowerPoint presentation, please. Can you share the PowerPoint presentation? You will see it in my PowerPoint presentation. My Romani book. Your slide. Now, we'll leave the PowerPoint for now, turn it off. Can you hear me now? When I can see you're in the chat bar. Those were just propaganda. Those books were just propaganda. In 1971, there was a conference from the National Gypsy Education Council, which was a big NGO. They had Lady Plowden. She didn't allow me to sell this book at the conference. Why? Well, they said that bilingualism is bad for the education. And secondly, they said that we do not need to show the language of the respected Gaja. We do not need to trust the Gaja. I bought a table at the road close to the conference, and I sold these books by the road. I sold a lot. The Roma came and they took me to the conference, and the Gaja needed to accept it, to accept me. How should we preserve the Romani language? We should not be afraid. The second story, when I was an old professor, the Gypsy Council sent me as a representative at the first festival Kamoro in Prague in the Czech Republic. I needed to speak or to take part in the language seminar where Mr. Hristo Kychukov was the organizer. But I asked, or I was looking for the cheapest plane ticket, and I arrived in Prague 3 days prior to the conference. But there were problems. Charles Smith, the head of the Gypsy Council, he wasn't in good relations with Emil Chuka. When I went to the conference bureau, I asked the secretary, how can I enrich your work? Pardon? I sat alone and worked in my hotel until the first conference, until the first concert started. With Nicola Gheorghe was in the hotel. So the first concert was organized, and Raya came to sing and to dance. She was very young back in 1971, but me, I was very old. I went to the center 30 minutes prior to the concert, and I went to the gallery. I had a bag with me. I was approached by a young, beautiful Roma student who was working with the secretaries. He saw my bag and told me, "Uncle, you speak or understand Romanesque?" "Yes, I do." "You know that we have a concert tonight?" "I know." "Do you have a ticket?" Can I see your ticket?" "Yeah." And I showed him my ticket. "Excuse me, you cannot sit here." So this place is reserved for big gadget. I do apologize. But I am gadget. I can sit among those big gadget. I'm a professor in London. You're English? I am. Bucilo čo, bučukar, kana
studento. Mangel pacivales te vacarel Romanes.
He wanted to tell to the old Roma but he needed to speak non-Roma to look after himself. How to preserve the Romani language? We shouldn't close it as packed fish, like Schroeder said. We need to let it be as in the Moon poem by Rajko Đurić. The wings were crying and laughing when they meet. Both wings were crying and laughing when they met. The end.
Thank you very much, Professor Acton, for kicking off the conference with that great presentation. I'm going to move on now to our second speaker for this panel, who is Professor Jan Selling. Jan is the head of the Department of Romani Studies at Soderton University. And Jan will be presenting in English so that everybody knows they're on the correct channel. So please take the floor. Jan, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. First, I'd like to state that I am not a Roma, nor do I speak Romanesque. I am here in the capacity of being head of the Södertörn University Department for Romani Studies, which is responsible for developing university-level Romani language education in Sweden. To avoid confusion, I should like to clarify that Romani Studies at Södertörn is carried out at two different institutes. The Center for Baltic and East European Studies is a research institute dealing with linguistic research, formerly led by Professor Kimmo Granqvist. Kirill Kozanov, who will speak later today, is part of that institute. This is not to be confused with the Department of Romani Studies, which I am leading. We do research and education and have the aforementioned governmental assignment, which has two components. Firstly, providing a scientific basis for Romani studies, Secondly, safeguarding the Roma rights derived from the Council of Europe Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities and the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages. The governmental assignment also specifies that we should have close cooperation with Romani civil society, as well as other actors and institutions responsible for national minority languages in Sweden, and when relevant, also in other countries. So it is logical that I am here today and that we work closely with Romani civil society. We also have an institutional partnership with ERIAC regarding university education.
Chiesa? So, e si differenziamo care avere institutora
ultimately, our assignment is to promote equal rights for Roma in knowledge production and distribution. In Sweden, every child with one parent speaking another language than Swedish has the right to mother tongue education. And for the national minorities, this right is even stronger. The argument that too few Romani children at a particular school demand Romani mother tongue education, or that a teacher is not available, these arguments are not acceptable according to the law. Mother tongue education for Romani children in Sweden is not functioning well enough, for two reasons. Firstly, many Romani parents refrain from applying for Romani mother tongue education because they are afraid of their child being outed as Roma. That is, anti-Gypsyist attitudes is an obstacle. Secondly, there are too few Romani mother tongue teachers, mainly because too few Roma in Sweden qualify for university studies. This is due to structural anti-Gypsyism in the educational system. Further, we acknowledge that Romani mother tongue teachers in Sweden do not simply transmit language, but also strengthen the resilience of Romani children living in a largely anti-Gypsyist society. As we can see, anti-Gypsyism is a crucial matter when it comes to Romani language education. Or to quote the European Commission, anti-Gypsyism is the root cause for social exclusion and inequality. One might add that anti-Gypsyism is the main reason for the almost disappearance of some Romani varieties. This root cause is why we have given the study of anti-Gypsyism a high priority in our Romani studies. We also acknowledge that besides of anthropology, Romani linguistics has historically been a key instrument for Orientalist treatment of Roma as scientific objects, and for legitimizing anti-Gypsyist policies. Historically, knowledge of the Romani language was literally squeezed out of enslaved and imprisoned Roma, from assimilation to the final solution. This is why our department has taken a clear stand against Gypsy Lorism, and to avoid confusion, will soon change our name into the Department for Critical Romani Studies. So our approach is that safeguarding the Romani language is linked to combating anti-Gypsyist attitude and anti-Gypsyist structures, which exclude Roma from academia. It is our belief that, especially when it comes to Romani language education, it should be taught by Roma. Finally, I'd like to say that we are very proud to having engaged Mihaela Satriano for teaching Romani Chib at Södertörn University, and we will use this book. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Jan. Thank you for highlighting the sort of importance of anti-Gypsyism. It's great to hear what you're doing at your institution and university, and it's nice to see the book in someone's actual hands. The video was also beautiful that we saw during the break. Great, let's move right along to our next presenter, who is Susana Narova. I hope I'm pronouncing that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for being here. So Susana is a researcher at the Pluralism Research Unit at the University of Graz. Thank you for being here, and we're looking forward to your presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will share with you my screen. Oh, just a moment. Just a moment. Okay. Hop. Yeah. You can see the screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. So I would like to present to you the website, www.vakarmore.hu, which is meant to raise awareness of Romani dialect, which is spoken mainly in Hungary and Slovakia. This dialect is called by its speakers Romungro. This Romani dialect is seriously endangered, especially in the Hungarian-speaking territories. For example, there are at least 500,000 Roma living in Hungary, and the majority of them do not speak Romani. So these Hungarian-speaking Roma are mostly the descendants of those who spoke the this Romungro dialect in the past. So today there are approximately a few thousand speakers of this dialect, but in most of the villages and towns where the dialect is still spoken, there is an ongoing language shift towards the majority language. So since many years, I have had the idea to somehow disseminate the results of my work, because I did for many years field research among the speakers of Romungro. Of the Romungro dialect, and because, as you can guess, like most of the these speakers at the Hungarian countryside don't read research articles or master theses, especially not in the Czech and English language. These were the languages in which I published something about this dialect. What is also interesting, that the text which has been published until now in this dialect used 3 or 4 different alphabets, but none of these alphabets were based on the Hungarian alphabet, which would have been more easily accessible or more accepted by the speakers in Hungary. So my aim was to spread knowledge about this Romani dialect, for example, where it's spoken, how do the speakers call themselves, what dialectal differences we can encounter. So somehow to bring Romani linguistics closer to the peoples, to the Roma. So some years ago, I told about this idea to a friend of mine, to Olah Lydia. So you can see her up here on this page, on this photo. She's a Romani from Hungary, and she's a native speaker of this dialect. So she was very enthusiastic about the idea. And this was the point when everything started to move forward with this idea. So in 2019, we launched the website in 2 language versions, in Romani and Hungarian. So here you can have the 2 language versions. You can switch among them. And we decided to use the Hungarian alphabet and to avoid to coin new words based on Romani. So our aim was to have these texts easily, so that these texts are easily readable for anyone. So first we made the page, which is in Romungriki chip. I'm showing you now the Romani version of the website. So first we made this page, which presents some interesting facts about the Romungro dialect and its speakers in the form of questions, answers. These facts deal with the dialect, the grammar, the origin of the words, and it also describes the available literature, research articles, research projects, text collections, sound collections, but everything in a way that using such a language that everyone can understand it. So like we also have like some illustrations to all of these little interesting facts about the dialect, which we share on our Facebook page. The next page, the CQ Valava, Learn Words, is made to learn the basic Romani vocabulary in form of a game. Here you can choose a theme. So we have here like for example, a lot of with family or body parts, time, fruits, and so on. You choose one theme, then you can memorize like the words, and then you can choose two types of games. The one is like a multiple choice answer, and the other one is like to translate to Romani. So for example, now this was a wrong answer, this was a good answer, and so on and so on. So you cannot finish the game unless you answer correctly all items. Recently, we also started with a page where the learners can practice some basic grammatical structures. So for example, like here, like the accusative forms of the personal pronouns, you go to the exercises, you fill out, you see the results, and so on and so on. At the beginning, we had the idea to have grammar lessons for beginner learners, but we realized that most of the followers of our website, or at least those followers who gave us some feedback, they were Roma who actually already have some knowledge of Romani. So they usually spoke Romani in their childhood, but they don't use it today because they are married to a non-Roma, or they moved away from their home village. So the exercises, therefore, are made in such a way that they can practice or refresh their knowledge of Romani. So these are not for really beginner learners meant. Another page which we made has a lot of e-cards. So for example, which the Roma can send for various occasions. So for example, Mother's Day, baby is born, wedding, Easter, thanks to thank someone, and so on and so on. And so I show you, like, for example, here is for a baby is born. So always the texts are always in Romani on these cards. And the visitors can either download them and send it, or directly share it on a Facebook. And for those who do not speak Romani, but for a symbolic reason or for some reason, like they want to send an e-card with Romani text, we translated always here below, like to Hungarian, like the Romani text from the postcards. So we have recently also started a page. Oh, and yeah, okay. Well, I don't, yeah, okay. So where we added some recordings of different varieties of the Romungro dialect, where you can listen to them. I don't know how I'm clicking, why it's not opening. Yes, now. And you can listen and read the transcription of these short recordings. So as I already mentioned, we have a Facebook page, and I'm not sure, do you see it? Do you see if I change? Yeah, yes, okay, yeah, super. Okay, so this is the Facebook page. Okay, sorry, now I hear the Romani translation. Okay, no problem. Yeah, like I hear you, Diana, but okay, no matter, I will go on. Yeah, okay. So I would like, because on the Facebook, we are only sharing like posts, Facebook posts, like putting Facebook posts which are somehow related to the Romungro dialect. So I would like to show you some illustrations only from the Facebook posts to get an impression of how do we try to bring this Romani linguistics closer to the people. And now I hope you will see the do you see like this picture of the number?
Yes, we can.
Sartenas mai paše lingvistika che manusha, for example.
One says like there are Romani and Hindi numerals. I'm sorry, I have to take it down because I just hear you meantime. Yeah, I'm talking. Okay, so Romani and Hindi numerals, but which one is which? And of course, like to this post, like we explain in the text below this illustration on the Facebook, why are these numerals similar? What does Romani has to do with Hindi, or how are these languages related? Or for example, another one, like we are asking our followers, we have around, like I didn't say, we have around like 1,000 followers on the Facebook, and most of them are Roma actually. And so, for example, this one asks, what do you think, which word is the Romungro translation of the word egg? But this is a funny question, because actually all of these translations are Romungro forms, but many of the speakers do not know like about this dialect variation within Romungro. So we try to spread also knowledge about this, that one Romungro form doesn't mean that all the Romungro speakers use the same form. Here, for example, there was a post where we explained like that in the Romungro dialect, the vowel length is distinctive. So it's not, you must learn if it's a short E or a long E, because it means different. So shero is a long word from Hungarian. It means beer, while shero, long, is a head. Or we show like some maps about like the distribution, geographical distribution of some forms. This is based on a project I worked before at the Charles University from those data. So for example, like this map shows the distribution of the different forms of the verb to get. So to get something. So here in Slovakia, they would say resel, elsewhere they say hudel, or here ustidel or dobinel. Or for example, we just ask a question that why is that so, that all these Hungarian localities, these are names of localities or like towns and villages in Hungary, why are all these adapted to Romani as feminine nouns? I don't know here the answer, but it's very interesting that in Romungro almost all the localities are adapted as feminine nouns. Or we asking like our followers to guess how would be one Hungarian word adapted to Romani if it's a masculine noun with an E or O ending, if you have a sample like this, based on this sample, and so on. We also collected from our followers and later presented on the Facebook page some Romani expressions or phrases. This one is, for example, how do you dare? How you dare, yeah, or some kind of expressions like, or what they used to say when they talk about people who died. Or we collected also from our followers Romani sayings and proverbs, and these always like represent on a Facebook. Like for example, these ones, I won't translate it now because no time. Then we collected also some word jokes which are widely used among the Roma. So how would you translate to Romani an airplane? So iron bird, trastuni chirikli. Or we also collected some poems which are used among the kids to tease each other, like this one, for example, or also some nursery rhymes for babies, like some poems. We also tried to raise awareness of those few books written in Romani, like the stories collected from János Berki, or the books written by Ladislav Tavali. So we always choose an interesting quotation from a book, and then we try to popularize like these publications too. Okay, and as a last word, like I would like to say that the biggest success of this initiative for me was that I know about some Roma who were motivated by this webpage to start to write some texts or poems in Romani, in this dialect. So this is, for example, a poem which was sent to us by a follower of our Facebook page. It's his first poem written in Romani. He never wrote in Romani. And he wrote this some days after a close family member of his died, and he shared it with us. And another success, what I see is like that the other editor of the website, Olah Lydia, she was also kind of motivated by this work to write a book based on her childhood memories, which will be published soon. by the Romani publication series of the Plurilingualism Research Unit here in Graz. And that we were also contacted through the website and asked for translations of a poetry book or songs, speeches, and so on. So it's a platform which can connect those few people who can still speak this dialect with those who would like to learn or would like to have something translated to this dialect. And just the last sentence, that what I haven't mentioned yet, because you don't find any logos or nothing on this website because it's not financed by anyone. We create the content in our free time, and the website and the web design is made by my partner on a voluntary basis. Just thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Susana. It's really great to hear, especially how you're using the internet and digital technologies to contribute to language preservation and language education. So thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like to move on now to our next presenter, Jan Cervenka, who is Associate Professor of Romani Studies Program at Charles University in Prague. So please, Jan, you have the floor.
Hello, everybody. At first, when I got the invitation, I planned to speak Romani, but then I learned that the language of this panel is Czech, so I will just to great magav ole kongresu skela konferencie enke budbach savorenge te achensaste teavka.
I wish you all lots of health and luck.
Yes, and luck to all this conference. So the Romani Studies program at the Charles University was established 30 years ago in 1991 by Milena Hipšmanová, who was born 1933 and died 2005. And I had the honor to be one of her first students. All these 30 years, the university had been offering complex education program on MA level since 2002, also a separate BA program, bachelor program.
E programul pe B. Te Romani cultura
taught is North Central Romani as the major dialect spoken by Roma in Czech and Slovak republics. The second one is Lováry dialect. From the early beginning, language education is not a steady supplement of in our program. All our students, even in the BA program, have to learn to speak Romani very fluently. They have Romani courses 8 hours a week the first year and 6 hours a week for the next years. And although the main teaching language is Czech, Romani is necessary in most of the subjects. In ethnology, we used field recordings in Romani. In Romani history, oral history in Romani is used for teaching. We read and discuss Romani language literature in original. Romani is necessary in most of the we listen to songs in Romani, and of course, within the subject field research, the students are supposed to contact Roma, mostly in the Slovak Romani settlements, using their mother tongue, Romani. Also, in the lessons of Romani linguistics and Romani in traditional and non-traditional domains in the BA program, and Romani translatology and editology in the MA program, helps the students understand Romani at a deeper theoretical level. Maybe this is one of the reasons of popularity among popularity of the program among Romani students. Quite many of our students have been Roma, and they have had different experience with Romanihood and Romani language. Native speakers receive deeper linguistic knowledge about their mother tongue and mother culture, but also a lot of Romani students have not been native speakers of Romani. These people were happy to learn Romani in our program. Some of them also claim that they attended our program because they felt certain lack of identity and shame among other Roma. And Romani studies help them to get closer to Romani identity. One of our students who worked as a social worker and whose mother tongue was Czech learned Romani in our program in the age of 55. She was already grandmother when she started to learn, and she felt very happy in the third year when she found out that she was already able to conversate in Romani fluently. She also started to send me SMS and emails in Romani, and when she met me outside the classroom, she started Romani conversation anyway. Another Romani student, native speaker of Slovak, who now studies PhD program, even started, when she learned Romani and in our program, started to write poems in Romani. Native speakers are not just among our students, but they have helped to teach us lectures since the very beginning. For Milena Hipshmanova, and of course for us, her students, no Rome was just an object, an informer or something like that. She introduced all the people who came to our classes as partners, as subjects of their own world. That is also why in most of Hipshmanova's publications, the Roma cited have their own names. She understood anonymization of the responders as a colonial approach. She deserved it also because her information about these partners was always positive. In the last several years, the impact of native speakers to teaching Romani in our department reached new level. Just in September, we presented pilot lessons in Romani, both North Central Romani and Lovari. Maybe I'll show them at the end. All these materials are now available on the webpage of Södertörn University from Sweden, which was our partner in the project and which edit lessons for Karderas dialect. Each of our lessons is based on a video dialogue which contains either new grammar or new vocabulary. None of the videos, except for one, had a completely prepared text, and the Romani actors created and improvised the dialogues to be more natural. One of them, Iveta Kokijová, who almost finishes her BA classes on Romani studies, became also lecturer, or it is better to say teaching partner in my lessons for advanced students in the last semester of BA program. Whole lessons are held in Romani only. Even the teachers do not use a single word in majority language. The teaching materials we prepared are called Romani Romanes, and one of the aims are to help native speakers of Romani to teach other people, either non-Roma or Romani non-speakers of Romani. When I look back over the 30 years I have been involved in Romani studies as a student and then teacher and researcher, I can hardly imagine that I would absolve this without knowledge of Romani language and without strong context and friendship with many Roma. And I must thank again Milena Hipshmanova that she led us this way. So at the end, I'll try to share my screen and show you two of our materials. But I don't know now how to do it. Sorry. Yes. So this is the page located at Södertörn University in Sweden. We have, this is the 28-page written material for North Central Romani and six pages for Romani Romanes. I can show it also like this. We have exercises, some grammar, and exercises. We have also this. And here here we have videos and particular lessons. I want that the video, you can find it on certain university. This is for the beginners. It's called Sarsal, just basic conversation, and more and more and more. This is about a lesson about cooking. Pelas Mangeya Kendar, it is, you know, maybe who knows Romani, what does it mean? And but it shows, it's only interesting dialogue, but it also shows the ablative in Romani. It is quite a fantasy. What would somebody do if he won, for example, $1 million and so on? But you see, it shows the conditional idealis. Kaskerohino Kaskerihini, it's about a talk about a family who is whose son or daughter and so on, but it shows a Romani genitive. And Karachon is about Christmas and so on. And the last is, it contains mistakes, and the students themselves, the advanced students, have to find small mistakes in this video. And it's similar in lower Romani. We want to continue in it in other years. We don't know if we'll have the time. And now the last one I'll show.
We're wrapping up this portion.
Yes,
so
yes, another work. Just we create a dictionary of Romani neologisms. And how we show the new words for created in Romani by Romani translators and Romani writers. For example, for the non-traditional Dalnice for highway, somebody wrote drum and so on. I can say this is also programmed by Susana Narova's partner for us. So it's the end. I'll thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, Professor Savenka. It's very interesting to see these different examples of how people are using digital technologies and the internet to really kind of stake a claim for the preservation of Roma language. And I really appreciated in your presentation the role of Romani native, but also non-native speakers who are kind of doing this work of recovering their cultural identity by learning the language. So thank you so much for your presentation. We're going to move on to our last presenter in this panel, who I will introduce, Juana Felican, who is the Policy Office Directorate General for Education and Culture, Schools and Multilingualism Unit at the European Commission. So I'd like to invite Juana, and if we could stop the screen share, that would be helpful.
Yes, but
I think our tech can help with it too.
Fighting, maybe I'll.
There we go. Okay, great. So Juana, thank you so much for being here. You have the floor.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I do apologize, I have an echo.
We hear you great.
Okay, so I will try to go on with, even if there is this echo in my headset. Just a moment, I'm trying to share the screen. Do you see it? Not yet?
Not yet, but I think it's coming. Mm-hmm. Maybe try to do it again, Juana.
I get this message, you cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing.
I see.
Maybe no?
I think you should be able to do it now. It doesn't look like anyone is sharing their screen.
better?
There we go. Yes, now we see it.
Okay, great. Yeah, really, I apologize if because I hear myself, so it's a little bit confusing. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. It is extremely interesting. I'm not an expert in the field, but I work at the European Commission, Director General for Education and Culture, and I can give you a short overview on our work in general on language learning at the school education level, and also some words on the Erasmus Plus program, how our work can support the great things you are doing. So just to place things into the context, we are working towards achieving the education area by 2025. This is the strategic framework which aims to develop a holistic approach to the European Union's action in education and training, to create a genuine European space of learning which benefits all learners, teachers, and institutions. So the idea behind is, in fact, to interconnect education in Europe. What you see in these slides are the different building blocks and initiatives that we are working on. I mean, our Director General is working on to achieve the European education area. What I will put a focus on is supporting lifelong acquisition of language competencies and the Pathways to School Success initiative. Now, regarding the language learning policies, many of you may know that in May 2019, the member states adopted a council recommendation on a comprehensive approach to the teaching and learning of languages. This is still valid. It's really at the heart of building the European education area. To put it concretely, the main objective is at the end of upper secondary school, young people should be able to fully use the language of schooling, fully use another European language, and confidently use a third language. It is very important, what we call it, this three language strategy. For instance, as you see in the little picture over there, let's say a kid learning French as the language of schooling says salut, hello in that language. Then the first foreign language may be German, hello, or English, which is the case of 97% of pupils in the EU. But the third language is regional. In this case, it's Basque. So it's very important to preserve the home languages of pupils, what is taught at home. Today we know nearly 10% of the kids, 15-year-old kids, speak a different language at home than in school. So also for preserving the Romani language and the theme of our conference today, the concepts put forward in this council recommendation on a comprehensive approach to the teaching and learning of languages can very much support it and encourage it. Now, in order to achieve this three language strategy, this broad objective, several concepts are put forward. We call it these avenues towards change. One key with which I would like if there is one concept you leave with from my presentation is this building the language awareness in schools. It really contributes to shifting the mindset that kids and young pupils need support only with the language of schoolings. Of course, pupils that speak a different language at home than at school need this support, but it's not enough. It has to come in parallel with taking into account and valuing their linguistic repertoire, the whole language competency that they bring to school, valuing at a learning resource and allowing it to flourish in schools. And of course, it's very important that teachers are also trained to deal with this increased linguistic diversity in classrooms. So the idea is to see language awareness in school flourishing. All experts and that work in the field put forward the value of this linguistic diversity, but there is still work in the reality in the schools to achieve this. Now, another initiatives on which we are working on, and which is also very linked with the valuing on building language awareness in school. It is the preparation of the pathways to school success initiatives. It will focus on raising the level of proficiency in basic skills of as many as a pupil as possible, while increasing the number of young people with an upper secondary qualification. It will give a special focus on disadvantaged groups, more at risk at underachievement and early school leaving, such as students with disabilities, migrant background, ethnic minorities, coming from low educated and low income families. It will incorporate also proposals of good practices and how to develop and promote inclusive learning environments with a strong culture of well-being. This is key, the well-being to be embedded into the whole dimensions and to be beneficial for pupils and teachers and the entire school community. So this is the European Commission will adopt a proposal for a council recommendation on pathways in the first semester 2022. This slide, very briefly, I will not enter into it, but explains the logic of pathways to school to success. What I would like to mention here is that it calls for a systemic approach. This means that in order to promote school success for all, it is necessary to consider all education dimensions, actors, context, relations, and interactions that may have an impact on the educational experience of each individual learner. The learner is at the heart of everything, at the center. A systemic approach needs to start at the school level. That is what we mean by whole school approach. A whole school approach acknowledges that schools, families, communities, local services are distinct but interconnected systems. To reach an impact in supporting all learners towards school success, all these different systems have to engage with each other and to cooperate. Therefore, key words here are multidisciplinarity and cooperation. A systemic approach requires also acting at the broader level, the level of the education system, its structure and its organization. A whole school approach is not enough if at the system level certain conditions are not met. These are the conditions that we know have a clear impact on equity and inclusion. And just to mention a few, it's quality access to early childhood education and care, reducing segregation, reduce grade repetition, and building language awareness in schools. Those aspects are not new, but are important elements for a comprehensive strategy. And building on these concepts, it helps preserve the different languages and the repertoire of the children that come to the classrooms. What I would also like to share, to show you, many of you, I think that you know the European platforms for school education, which are two. So eTwinning, it's the community of teachers, and School Education Gateway. These two platforms will merge as of next year. And of course, there you can find plenty of materials that deal either with language learning, linguistic, valuing the home languages, or with inclusion and tackling early school leaving. I just briefly put some pictures on the most recent articles. Now a word on the new Erasmus Plus, program. As you know, the programming cycle runs over 7 years. In 2021, the new legal basis for the Erasmus Plus program 2021-2027 was adopted. It is important to mention that the budget of the program has nearly doubled, reaching 28 billion euros over the next 7 years. Language learning and support for linguistic diversity is a key principle of the program, and as such is embedded into all its action. The new program architecture has 4 main overarching priorities. Very important for the topic today are inclusion and diversity and digital. Concretely, it means that these overarching priorities are embedded into all its actions. Specific financial mechanisms are put in place. It's a priority in the funding of the cooperation projects. So my advice to you would be to really get in touch with the Erasmus Plus national agency in your country in order to see what possibilities for funding, co-funding of projects related to preserving Romani language in relation also to digital tools could be envisaged. It is a good timing now as the new Erasmus call for 2022 will be published this month, with the deadlines usually being February, March, so into next year. What I place here, it's the links to the Erasmus Plus national agencies in your country. It can be 1 or 2 or several agencies depending on the sector, education and training and youth. And what I would also like to show you very briefly, the wealth of projects related to Roma and preserving the heritage have already been funded. There is a platform, Erasmus Plus Project Result Platform, where by typing just some keywords, you can find all the Erasmus project that received funding. And for instance, this project Eternal Echoes that you see the picture it's another kind of heritage, unfortunately a painful one, but very, very important. It is a wonderful project that was coordinated by the Swedish Committee for Anti-Semitism, together with partners in Romania, Hungary, Poland, Austria, Lithuania. And they created online materials for schools and teachers with real testimonies. It is a wealth of videos and testimonies on the heritage, the experience of survivors of Holocaust, Roma genocide. So really, this is the kind of projects Erasmus Plus can fund. And I would very much like to also see projects on preserving the Romani language. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Juana, for this very informative presentation with a lot of kind of pathways forward that that we can all take in kind of engaging in this project of preserving the Romani language. We are out of time for this panel, and I want to make sure that we all have a break before the second panel of the conference. So I think instead of a Q&A, I'll just quickly summarize kind of what we heard so far today. We had a wonderful presentation. We started the conference with a presentation about kind of the historic roots of Romani language education. We had 3 intervening panels in the middle that really showed us the current state of Romani language education in different institutions at different universities.
So, si profesora pe Povarea Universității.
Started out this panel with a very optimistic and inspirational presentation about sort of how we can take this holistic approach and collaborate with many different institutions to take this really systemic approach to not only preserving the Romani language, but also creating frameworks in which it can continue to live and continue to be taught. So I want to thank all of our distinguished panelists for really kicking off the conference in this wonderful way. And I want to invite all of us to reconvene. We'll have a short 6-minute break, after which we have the second panel called Transnational Development of Romani Language and Culture, Harmonization of Romani. So this is going to be a panel in Romani. So we can all take the break to practice using the interpretation feature in Zoom. So I want to thank everyone for joining us. Thank the panelists once again. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the conference.
And we thank you for good moderation. Excellent.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you after the break.
Deven sastete bachtale Romale. I'm now still on the English channel, and before we start the next panel, we actually will have an introduction by Michaela Zatreanu, which is also part of our next panel. But we think it's very important to explain the translation again at this point, and you already can see the shared screen. And Michaela is now with us, so she can explain the translation before we start our panel. Thank you, Michaela. Your microphone is muted, dear Michaela. Please put on the microphone. Thank you.
If you want to talk or listen to the conference in English, please select it and mute your. Thank you, Michaela, that you explained to us. If you want to listen to English, you go to the English, and do not forget to mute the original audio. And if you do not do that, you will have double, you will listen to the translation. Now we continue further with our panel. I'm very happy that to be here today on our National Romani Day. For this panel, we have the Transnational Development of Romani Language, a person who has worked on the harmonization of the Romani language. And today we have my Roma brothers and sisters who will explain to you or give their presentations. We have Delia Grigora, senior reader at the University of Bucharest, Michaela Zatreanu, lead expert at the ERIAC language initiative, Gheorghe Sarau, professor at University of Bucharest, Melinda Razmuves, director from the Hodash Roma Country House Museum, as well as Cristian Pădure, who is a lecturer at the University of Bucharest. I thank you all for being with us here today and to discuss the Romani language. I will not talk too much because what you will state in your presentations is very important for Romani language, and after that, you will give your input, and after that, I ask of you at the very end to have a final speech or conclusions on what the others have said. I'm speaking a little fast. I have translation. When you and I ask of you to not to speak as fast as I am speaking and to slow down so that the interpreters can finish their job. At our, we have Delia Grigora. She will give her input. Please take the floor. It's nice to be here. Thank you very much. I wish you good health. When we're talking about the Romani language, my side of literature, Romani language literature, in very bad period for Roma, we had institutional racism and discrimination towards the Romani language, and it was not that much spoken, and it was not written down. This was our culture outside of the societies perceived as an outsider. The example of Romania explains us that our Roma have a very hurtful and painful history. 500 years in Sclavia, they weren't perceived as persons, but only as workers, slaves. They didn't have any rights. They were beaten, murdered, sold. Dads and mothers left their children. People who were not perceived as humans. Without being at the margins of society in Sclavia, didn't perceive the Roma as persons, not economically, without any human rights. Not long time goes by, and then comes the genocide when the Roma were put in Transnistria or in Auschwitz to be killed, and they were murdered there. The culture, we can also talk about the cultural murder in the socialist times when the Roma were not perceived as Roma, and their culture in it with the Romani music was perceived as Romanian culture. And the Roma minority wasn't perceived as without any cultural rights. Among them, the truthful to speak Romani language publicly, or to learn the Romani language in schools or in the other schools. It's easy to see that this example of Romania gives a racist history that throws out the Roma of society and is against the Roma and murders their cultures, their identity, and their Romani language. Now, we have, in the past 30 years, they were known as small minority. they have their cultural rights. In theory, what we have, one public institution about Romani culture, and this institution is very poor, doesn't have much funds, and there's an institution, the Roma Center for Culture. I say theoretically because we do not have one Romani theater, one Romani museum, one Philharmonic Romani, or many other institutions that we do not have in Romania. All the Roman sides have been seen very bad in the society, and the Roma ethnicity is, and they are perceived very badly. The way how they're perceived, and it has an impact on the Romani minds, on how the Roma see the Roma, and brings another stigma. That inside stigma or those difficulties do not let the Romani language, culture, and literature of the Roma to be ameliorated. The Romani language is perceived as lower class or second class on all sides. It's not perceived as one unique language. We have grammatics, we have literature, and we cannot read and write on the in the Romani language. How to get better when we're talking about this stigma? We cannot work on the Romani language because the language. Why the language? Because the Romani language is very important for Romani culture. And to state the Romani language is one of the pillars for the Romani culture. The Romani new areas of where we can see that when we're talking about modern times, you can perceive someone having the Romani pen with him or not. The Romani language, folklore, Romani folklore, the literature written in Romani language, and the belletristics will stay. So what will be written will stay within the Romani language. By speaking the Romani language, you raise the Romani culture, and you put a better image of the Roma in the society. With that, we are fighting the racism against the Roma, and we have a society where we cohabitate with all other cultures. On the other side, we need to ameliorate and enhance the Romani language. Why? When we're talking about the Romani language in sense of speaking it, and in the literature we have new words, and with that enriches the Romani language. Many of us in Romania, after all that hurtful history, we had many not well known authors, but they write in Romani, but they're only writing in non-Romani language, in Romanian, let's say. They are raising more and working more on the non-Romani language, but the Romani language has been kind of a second class. We need to work more on the Romani language, where we need to publish more Romani literature. Right, brothers. And we state, dear brothers, what it is important to write, and because those texts will remain, and what is written, what we need is one strategy or a program to enrich the Romani literature and to work for the benefit of the Romani literature, to enhance it and to speak it, and not only within our families, but in the societies, with one word to be spoken in the society and to be taught in the schools, in the mass media, to be presented in mass media, as well as in the books, as I said. Allow me to see how let us preserve the old words and to write them down. Well, let's take hermeneutics, for instance. It's an English philosophy. Good to be, when we're talking about the terms, to have more, the root of the words to be Romani. Like, she gives examples of a few internationalisms and now renames them in, puts them in Romani. That is the way how to enrich these are examples how to enrich the Romani language. As I see this, to work on more enriched Romani literature, and with that to raise the Romani culture, to have a unified alphabet. Many authors, they do not know the mutual orthographics that we have. It's not that it's not bad, it's good, but it has been perceived as very hard and very big. And the accent falls on the grammatics. I say, we need to look for persons how to simplify and make it easier, the Romani language. But if we work together, it is important to state that the Romani literature and one unified writing. Thank you very much, my dear brothers, sisters, friends. And now, together we can give our thoughts on what we want to say and to show our presentations. I will remain with you until the end of the panel. Thank you very much. Thank you, Delion, that you gave your input. We know that your opinion is important as a woman who is working in literature. Now we will see the linguistic approach by Mihaela Zatroian. Thank you very much, Gilda. I will be talking about the legislatives from the language for the harmonization of our language on international. As in the case of other ethnic minorities, Romani language rights have two principal dimensions. First, the protection of the right of Roma to have equal access to the opportunities that society offers to all its citizens for their mother tongue. Second, the right to exercise control over a domain of cultural activities that are particular to their minority. This has long been acknowledged in the context of international debates on human rights, while discrimination based on language is a violation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, goes further and protects the right of the child belonging to a minority to use his or her own language. The right of the minority communities to use their own language in private and public, and to develop their own languages in various spheres of public life is anchored in the UN Declaration of the Rights of Persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, and in greater detail in European Charter for Regional Minority Languages. Why do we envisage, when speaking about the protection of minority languages, the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages lists several concrete implementation of recognition and protection. General safeguarding by promoting respect toward the language and encouraging its use in private and public. Facilities to teach and to learn the language for both speakers and the language to be taught to have translation facilities and interpreters for the language in public services, and provision of radio and television broadcasting in the language, as well as support of newspapers and the production and distribution of audio and audiovisual works in the language. There is thus general awareness that the support for minority languages is an integral part of the package of securing the human rights of a minority to their mother tongue. Romani as a mother tongue is vital in framing the thinking and emotions of people. It develops the foundations of instant connection with family, society, culture, and identity. Studies have shown that cognitive development as well as intellectual improvement is relatively faster in those who are fluent in their mother tongue. It has also been noted that if a student is educated in his mother tongue, the proportion of his or her educational achievement is greater than someone who is taught in a different medium other than their mother tongue. To improve the quality of education, language policies need to account of mother tongue learning. Models of education which ignore the mother tongue in the early years can be unproductive, ineffective, and have a negative effect on children's learning. Romani language is perhaps the most conspicuous of cultural assets, and the belief in the vital meaning of the Romani language for ethnic and cultural identity of Roma, the promotion in the several decades has new domains drawn a series of key developments that are of global nature: increased networking and mobility opportunities, a rise of digital communication, role of social media, strengthening transnational forms of governance in connection with safeguarding regional and minority rights, and the growing acceptance of Roma to have a common language. Based on this, 1 year ago, ERIAC has relaunched the concept of common language through the Romani language initiative, as this has more chances to be implemented in our days due to extended existing communication systems, but also being aware that the common language of the Roma, in addition to its functional role, should also assume its political one. In this context, the harmonization of the Romani language dialects, it is more necessary than ever. The harmonization of Romani in ERIAC's perspective involves building up on what has been done in the past decades, continuing the research, documented in different dialects in cooperation with different Roma experts and universities, but it will also involve consultations and negotiations at international level over the common variety of our language. In more clear words, ERIAC will bring together Romani language specialists that will analyze the common elements that exist in our dialects. And with this base, we'll create teaching materials and courses that will support the existing transnational communication, which through a natural process will lead toward the common variety, encouraging the members of Roma communities for its use in the different existing networks at international level. In other words, the harmonization and development of the language will be done together with its users, also continuing the extension of its functions in new domains, securing its acceptance by the Roma communities, enhancing its prestige, and encourage people to develop pride and loyalty towards it. To encourage the people to develop the pride and loyalty. The harmonization process doesn't affect the use of the dialects. The acceptance by the community of the norms of the common variety has a major importance, and it should be promoted and spread through institutions, agencies, authorities such as schools, ministries, the media, Roma NGOs, and other cultural establishments. Therefore, the Roma and non-Roma politician linguist activists should equally take a role to achieve it and recognize it as an individual and mutual responsibility. The act of publishing in Romani and promoting consistency in its use in new domains, especially in public and institutional settings, continues a political act which requires political recognition and participation and gives legitimacy to the structured Roma political participation. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Michaela, for your input. So a very good explanation, a very good explanation about the harmonization, the vision for the future. And now we see from the university perspective,
thank you. I would like to say that better to say to tell you a little bit about the transnational development of the Romani language and the culture, with a special focus on the harmonization of the Romani language. Until now, at the world level, in the last 50 years, from 1971 to 2021, there were taken more decisions that looked at. I have 7 points. The International Roma Organization and the political directions, Roma congresses, the organization ERU, and other such initiatives were the first actions that were taken. The second point, it's about the normalization of the alphabet of the Romani language, about the writing. As it's already know, a common alphabet, a common writing, has been adopted in the year 1990 in Warsaw at the 4th Roma World Congress, ERU. There have been taken 2 big decisions, important decisions. The first one was with regard to official writing with diacritics. And there were diacritics, accents, but also special letters like j, ch, j, sh, t, and others. B, there was also alternative writing, official alternative writing, when there are no diacritics and no special letters. As I wrote now my text, what it has been said then in that year, it has been said that this alternative alphabet should be taken when we are to write messages, a telegram, in accordance to the technique that was available back then. Now, after so many years, everybody is writing on Facebook, writing emails, and want to send more materials in a faster way. They don't have the time to change the alphabet. They are in a hurry. They want to write without using diacritics. And we can solve this issue today without big problems. The third point, the teaching and the learning of the Romani language in the summer schools. It's a very important step. There are 2 points. The first one is the learning and the teaching of the Romani language in the summer schools organized by IRU from 1990 to 2002 at international level. Second is the teaching and the learning of the Romani language in the summer schools organized in other countries, different countries, at national or international level. As it has been seen, the Romanian experience from 1999 to 2021, when there have been organized 42 such summer courses for Romani language, where more than 2,000 persons attended. And they came either to improve their knowledges about Romani language or to learn this language. The fifth point, the teaching and the learning of the Romani language in schools. The teaching and the learning of the Romani school in the comprehensive school and in the high schools in different countries, starting with the year of 1978 in former Yugoslavia, and as of 1990 in Romania. but also in other countries, such as Bulgaria, Sweden, Hungary, former Yugoslavia, Slovakia, and others. As it is known, in Romania, the number of the teachers who started to learn the Romani language in schools has raised a lot. Among the years 2006, 2008, there was the highest number of pupils, boys and girls. They learned 4 hours a week the Romani language. There were 28,000 to 33,000. But today the number is lower. We have 22,000. And out of them, who chose to learn the Romani language and literature, on the other hand, also the history and the tradition of the Roma. The fifth point, the teaching and the learning of the Romani language at a faculty at the university. In March 1986, at INALCO, George Calve opened up a course for the dialect of Calderara for a short time. Second, there were some other initiatives in other universities as well, also in Bucharest, in Moscow just 1 year, in Nitra, in Prague, at INALCO, at Trieste, in Bulgaria, in Zagreb, and in Sweden. I would like to say also we had also courses for the teachers that are teaching this language. There have been published lots of books on Romani language and Roma literature for the comprehensive school level, but also for the university level. And as conclusion, we are to continue with such initiatives. And the second, I'm going to make a proposal here. We are to choose in our written communication more the alternative writing, as it has been said in Warsaw in 1990, without using the diacritics, in order to have a faster communication, to write faster and more. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. You will have 2 or 3 minutes for a final word, but now we'll listen to our colleague Melinda, Director of Hodash Museum, Country House. Thank you for being with us. You have the floor. I'm glad to see you. Congratulations for our Romani language. How to keep our cultural heritage, at what level we can continue with. We Roma are to know, young, old, children, that our culture and our representation are very important elements of our identity. The identity, and like our older Roma says, Romani pe, and our golden Romani language, traditions, Roma judge, Chris, the literature, artists, theater, and other issues I don't have enough time to mention about. These days, nowadays, we are to stand for a moment and to ask ourselves what heritage we have in our Romani culture, how we live it, what are the elements that we are familiar with, and what are the elements that we're keeping up and give it further with our family. If you would have to ask yourself some time ago, we would ask ourselves, among our heritages, it's up to the national policy or the European policy. We are to understand the difference between the personal and the other aspect of the Romani identity. What the discrimination has done with the Romani culture. When the state, why the state is not supporting to create Roma museums, libraries, and to have an international researches on culture and language. We may say that in the non-Roma culture where we live, more than hundreds of years, we adapt and we don't even realize that our children and young people either don't speak at all Romani language or just a little bit. Slowly it becomes like a fairy tale, our Chris, our judge, where they learn about such cultural issues. They learn about the cultural aspects of the country where they live in. We should have a consultative Roma group that would make proposals at international level how to improve the representation, to be represented at UNESCO at one level. We can still wait many years. So what the non-Roma state politics will decide with regard to the Roma culture. Even if they do a little bit of something, then it's coming the wind, and then the next day it's been everything destroyed, what has been done before. We know already this way. We've been experienced, we experienced this for hundreds of years. Maybe we can choose another way, like we did in a small village in Hungary. We didn't expect what the state authorities will give us. Therefore, the young Roma opened up together with the elder ones. We opened up a Roma museum to represent the culture and to strengthen the young people every day. To not forget our Romani culture and language, not even one word that may fly. To strengthen our Romani pe, who is strengthening our humanity. In Europe, this is the first village Roma museum. In 2020, started to work. We know the method, how to organize this program. You can have the same program in any other country to strengthen the Romani pe, who wants to create such a village Roma museum. Our method can be good for everyone. So what is good for such a museum? I will give you two examples. you will have jobs for 1 or 2 persons. We'll show the house, how Roma used to live. There is an exposition that we organize in villages and cities. We publish books and CDs about the culture and the language. We have programs for young people and for older ones. And this year we had a new project which says, is the way showing 8 places. And it's important from the cultural aspect. With this, we show the life of a Roma woman. It's the first Roma woman who created the Roma kindergarten. So let's not forget about those Roma who worked for us, for our honor, for our Romani Pe. Thank you for listening to me. Now I would like to show you a few pictures about the work that I presented to you. This is Tarla. This is the village museum. This is the first house. There is a room and a kitchen. We are hugging the house with the children. You can see here the kitchen, starting to fire the place. We show how to cook. This is the room. We show how we live, how we lived in 1950, 1960. We go on. This is an oven. And this is the second house. In this small house, we show how we used to live after the Second World War. I came from kindergarten to visit the house. This is the room. And here you can see the last picture that we made. So we have 8 stations in the village that shows what has been done. Lina, what Lina did. This is the way of Lina. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for your input. Now we are listening to our brother Cristian Pădure, who brought us also PowerPoint presentation. I welcome you all. I greet you all that are attending our conference. Yes, I have a short PowerPoint presentation that I'm going to share it with you. So let's not waste time. Can you see? Yes, we can see. The subject is of this panel, Transnational Development of Romani Language and Culture, Harmonization of Romani Language. I have to say that I chose this respect the alphabet that has been proposed by you, ERIAC. We are the university. We write using this alphabet, the official alphabet that IRU has adopted. We have to discuss about our subject today, what has been done until now. When we discuss about the development and harmonization of the language, we have to highlight what has been done by now. We cannot start from zero. We are not going to harmonize now and to develop now the language, but we are to take a look at what has been done so far by those that worked before us, at what level they started. And on the other hand, we have to acknowledge what are we harmonizing. Okay, we harmonize the language, Romani language, but we are to acknowledge the dialects. You cannot harmonize something that you are not familiar with. Therefore, there is a need that are interested in to know better the Romani language and the Romani dialects. Before discussing our subject, we are to understand what means development of a language, what means the development of the Romani language. We have at least two variants, possibilities. Either we see it as activities, what has been done to improve and the way of evolution, or the activities that are correcting and are showing the right way to evolution. These are the two approaches that are a little bit fighting with each other, but we have to, those that are looking at this development, let's see which perspective is the better one. It might be one of these two, or maybe we could have a third one or another one. When we talk about the harmonization, we are to look at it like safeguarding and the promotion of that language, to harmonize a common language as we know it, the one that we speak here, or maybe like a model according to which we have to change the other dialects. It's a little bit connected to that, what Mihaela has said before, and it's true, the harmonization is not to change the dialects that already exist, it's to support, to put together those dialects. We continue now with our subject. As I already mentioned, how I see the harmonization and the development might be. These are discussions that are to take place. What I would like to show you now is there are two situations de facto that we cannot change or to pretend that we don't see. We have two concrete situations. And I will tell you why I'm presenting these two situations, because they help for the development and the harmonization. The first one is that there is a big dynamic interaction that we didn't have before. I have to say that in the literature, it's known as the third migration of the Roma. Roma started to travel throughout Europe, and not only, in places where they were not before, like referring to the communist time. This travel can be pushed out of economic reasons, maybe businesses, relationships, marriages, or other reasons. But what is concrete is that they are traveling and they're interacting among groups, Roma groups. The second situation is that there is a psycholinguistic code. So what do I mean when I say that? In many non-Roma studies, it has been shown that there is, in our psycholinguistic code as a human being, there is something that is pushing us to make a little bit of effort in order to improve our speaking to reach to a similar speech like the one that is our interlocutor. So we say that this effort could be behind the pronunciation, the phonetic, how fast we speak, but also the morphology or the lexicon. This is something natural that we have it in our head, whether it's a Roma or a non-Roma is not important, but important is that when a person is speaking, is discussing with another person or another Roma, without even understanding how and why, has the tendency to make a minimum of effort to change the discourse. And there is a short example here. The Roma girl is asking, do you speak Romani? And he says, at home I speak Romanes, but with you I want to speak my whole life. You see, he's changing his discourse to show that he's near her, but is near also the discussion. As I said, there is a lot of literature behind this issue, that this is a natural reaction that people may have. As well, conclusions, these two realities, not that it's only showing us that we need to continue with the development of the language and the harmonization of the language, but these two realities, it's also supporting this process. It's not something more beautiful than to work that is pushing you to something that is natural, that you can find that it already exists. And we are not to do something else, but to support the Romani language to continue, but in one scientific and pedagogical way. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian, our brother, who gave a nice input about different perspective on how to perceive the linguistical development from a different perspective, from linguistical, political, and everyone on this panel stated that we should nurture our dialects, that is our history. Now, each and every one of our brothers and sisters from the panel, we can give them a minute to give their thoughts, because you are the experts. We have all heard what all they said. You exchange your ideas, and be short, 1 or 2 minutes, and after that we have a break. But I would ask all of you to take 1 minute to give your conclusions, your final word on this panel. Delia? And what can we perceive on the future? What will be the development of our language in the future, and to go on a good path? I want to tell you that we cannot go on as Roma if we do not have our language, and to speak it as a Romani language, we as Roma should know the Romani language. Nobody tells us to teach it, to learn it, but we need to speak it and write it. As I previously mentioned in my presentation, one culture cannot exist without its language. we need to enrich the language. We need to speak the language and to write and write and write. And those of us who don't know, if you find one Roma who declares himself an activist, you need to learn the Romani language. And second point, I want to state that one language who has its written form as unified and is, as Cristiano mentioned, when two Roma who are speaking at home in their dialect, when they're communicating, it is natural harmonization. And they understand that one unified language, what we need to do in regards to harmonization of the Romani language, we do not need to fear. We are to fear the killing, quotation marks, of the language, but to be put in one place. To when we will create one dictionary, all of us can be the synonyms in that dictionary. We can publish books for the schools on all dialects, not to leave one dialect on the side. Together with all our colleagues like Christian, we cannot make a harmonization of one language when we do not know the dialects. It is good for a language to write as well in the dialects, but to also be unifiers, to not have contradictions between that we have one language and many dialects. The political view against the Roma, that they do not want the Roma to become one nation. So to say, we do not have our own country, we are a nation without a country. To have a cultural nation, politicians say they have many dialects, they have many problems. This is a lie. This is a lie against the Roma. We need to be unified for our language, our dialects, and between our dialects shouldn't be left behind. Thank you very much. Thank you, Daria. I can see that you really love the language. We know that Mihaela as well loves our language. Mihaela, take the floor. Mihaela, your microphone is muted. Sorry. I believe that the Romani language is the most important cultural heritage for the Roma minority. The belief and the significance of the Romani language for ethnical and political identity of the Roma, for the Roma nation, and for the political unity is one fundamental pillar. As one of our old MPs in the EU, Juan de Dios, said, the biggest and most important wealth that we have is our language, and creates the connection between the Romani communities throughout the world. Now, the internet, social media, big access to the internet gives us the biggest chance to be together as one nation and to enrich our language and to create unified politics. In that context, the harmonization of the Romani language is most important. For that, the politicians, our Romani politicians, from all over, linguists, activists, we need to back up and to back up our unifiedness. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mihaela. This is a big vision. When I see it, well, one dialect that will put all the dialects together because there's a big diversity in our language. That is a very nice vision. Now, I would like to hear the words of Gheorghe Sarau. I want to state or tell you the most important thing is to write, to publish books, to teach the children, to learn Romanis in schools, to be introduced to the Romani culture, Romani literature, history, Romani history, to enrich the number of published books in Romani language, to have our everyday communication in Romani language, to throw out the words, to put older words back into life, to bring them back to life. Words that were spoken from our elderly, to help with the suffixes, with the prefixes, in the composition of the words, to see that mechanism, to help it and to enrich the language, to renew the language with new words that are used in the international lexicon. To harmonize the Romani language. And from here, so the writing, the production of the publishing of books, and to learn Romani language in summer schools, in university and elementary schools. To put more focus on learning the Romani language, and those who do not speak it to start learning it. Thank you very much. And I wish we can see each other hopefully next year. Stay strong. Thank you. And now I would give the floor to Melinda. Your final words, 1 minute. I think now we're working everyone in their own country. And we are working on it. But I think we should make a group and to work intensively, more intensively, to create a program for the next 5 years to see with our unified work, what should we need to do about in regards to the Romani language and culture. And we do need, funds and willingness. We cannot allocate funds in our countries. And in the time being, we will have Romani Atlas, not only in Hungary, Bulgaria, Spain, Romani language atlas. We can sit down and work on it and create it, to have Romani cultural atlas, to have one lexicon, and for the youth to learn new things. To see how to work mutually together in the near future, to create this Romani expert group and to give our best for the people. As Sarau mentioned, to Romani language to be taught in the schools. Thank you, Melinda. And the last word will be given to Christian about the perspectives. But now we want to ask, what's your opinion? Thank you very much, my sister. Yes, until now, there were many written books about grammatics, literature. Not that much, but there are many things that need to be done. We do not have, as an example, one book about the stylistics, semantics. We don't have explanatory dictionary in Romani language. As I perceive it, it so far has been nice with all these dictionaries from non-Roma to Romani language, but in none of the data that I have found a dictionary to be Romani to explain the dialects and so on. There are things done for those who want to learn the language, but from the Roma to be the beneficiaries, we must work with them also. We must work on books for the Roma. Other thing I want to point out in regards to our discussion, there have been written books, but I haven't seen so far on international or local level one strong politics to, it's like when you're cooking something but you do not have someone to share the food with. We have published many books, but we do not have a strong publicum so that they can quote unquote eat. We must have politics and strategies who will make this kind of a seduction to the people to write those texts. If not, we will just publish the books and they will remain on the internet or in the libraries and they will be forgotten, or that will be by some project, but we need to do that also. We do not have a unified library. Let's say, if there is a Roma from the living in the village who wants to learn Romanes, he doesn't have a physical library. I know that there is in Paris, but a specialized library for the Romani language, for the Romani culture, for the Romani history, I haven't found. We need to create this online because it's very easy to get there. I believe that it's not a big effort. We have the material. We need to take the time to sit down and to finish this work. I wish you, there are many things to discuss, but I believe that we need to sit down in one, let's say, one round table where we can share ideas and work together on this matter. Thank you very much. Thank you, Christian. Thank you to all the brothers and sisters. This was a good panel for the language, the Romani language, the future of the Romani language. You gave us your perspectives, your different perspectives, but when I see what each and every one of you has already said, harmonization is important for political recognition, and it is important to love our language and not forget the dialects that we have. And I see that we are well inspired, from the ideas that I've heard from the, so we can sit down together and to create one dialect. Each one of us knows 2 or 3 dialects, and it's good basis or good starting point for the harmonization today. It is most important for us that we love the Romanian language, we are proud of the Romanian language, and now it is time for the recognition of our language, and it will be written down in, it is one kind of a Michelangelo history. Hopefully together, all of us will create a council where sit down, as our sister mentioned, we have big heart and funds. Now we have the break. I'm very happy when I see you, and we will meet back at 2:30. Thank you very much. I wish you a good day to everyone, and we wish you the best of health and luck to all of you. I believe that we can start. If you want to talk or listen to the conference in Romanian, you can please select the Russian channel and mute the original audio.
If you want to talk or listen to the conference in English, please select English channel and also click on mute the original. Christian, I think you can start.
You can start, Christian. Can you all hear me? It's good to have you back after our break. We do have to continue with our new panel named New Romanian Relearning Initiatives and Online Initiatives. We have very important persons who will be speaking on the topic today with us here. First of all, I will give the word to Silvia Lakatos, who is the assistant professor of the Department of Roma Studies at the University of Pech. Welcome, sister. You can take the floor. I wish you all good health, as my name is Lakatos Silvia. I come from Hungary, as you have. I'm speaking the Lovary dialect, and this is the dialect that is being taught at the university. And in our work, I will tell you a bit more about my work. I want to show you what is our work, what are we working on in pitch. Can you see? I don't hear her very well. There is like a connection problem. Oh, no, it's okay. Okay. Now I will discuss about the not only the Romani language, we have the Beas dialect also, but in Hungary, you can see from 1997, we are learning our Romani language. And till today, I'm working there in Hungary. You can see there are 3 groups that are living in Hungary. We have Romungros, Lovari, and we have a small percent named as Beas. In Hungary, we have 2 languages, Beas and Romani language. You can see on this image, you can see, or this tree explains these 2 languages roots, and you can see our Romani language, and the pink is the Beas language. What we are working on in our department, we are studying our Romani language. We have history, ethnography, and other subjects that should be taught on the at the university. You have these courses at our university. I finished my PhD at the Education and Society Doctoral School of Romology. I will show you the persons or my colleagues of my department. And in 2012, we made a Romani center. And in this center, we have 3 groups, and the most important is the group where I am working for the Romani language. In this group, the persons that are visiting are learning our language and are seeking. There are non-Roma persons as well. In these groups, we are enriching our language, and we are working on promotion of our language. And we want to work on we want to examine center now in Hungary, Romani center, so that in Hungary, there are many persons who want to learn our language. In this group, we will teach the non-Roma who want to study the Romani language methodology, and I will speak about it a little bit later. Why methodics? We will teach them those who will be in these classes will be for those who are speaking the Romani language as their mother native language, and for the implementation of the Romani language to be taught in the schools. And what we wanted to state, in Hungary, we we are working on a book to gather intellectuals and to work for the Romani language. We will show you, we started working on this, and we need to enrich our work in relation to the Romani language in Hungary. Not only in a broader sense, but we want to ask or to work for language and for the dialects in Hungary. In our country, there isn't, how many dialects are there in Hungary? There was a research done by a professor, and there were 13 or less dialects. You have passed your 10 minutes. There is an online group for doing researches on the Romani language, and we will work together.
She's a linguist, and she was talking about her research. And I would like to show you also that there is a group who is together working, preparing the testing on Romani language in Hungary. After the high school, there is a test. So they have the chance to take the exam in their own mother tongue. And we are organizing this testing. You can see here the work that we are having here, also like with any other language. You can see the grammar. And I think the identity is very important. This is our freedom. And who spoke before said it very nice. We're proud of our language. And we are to teach not only the Romani children, but also those that are interested in learning our language. Thank you. Very nice. Thank you. Wish you lots of health. I think the translation is on our channel. Please take a look at this situation. Thank you. Couple of minutes after your presentation, we will speak again, but now you continue with the presentation of Diana Kirilova. She's a translator, researcher, and lecturer at INALCO University in Paris. Are you with us, my sister Diana? You can open your mic so I can hear you. Can you hear me now? We would like to hear about the new initiatives of teaching Romani language. But before continuing, tell me if you can hear the English as well. I can hear both Romani and English. You have to go to the interpretation button to press the Russian button. And then to press mute original audio. So we can hear you now. Greetings to you. Congratulations. The day of our language. Thank you for inviting me, ERIAC, to speak today. This is a great, important day for all of us. Before I will start the presentation on Romani language and about the teaching of the Romani language at INALCO, I would like to speak a little bit about general situation of the Romani language among us Roma today. I would like to say that many of our Roma don't want to speak our language, and our language is in a process that unfortunately is getting lost. Many Roma do not want to speak Romani, they speak only non-Roma languages. And I wish that at this conference, I would like to speak it from my heart. Let's think all. So we should speak more among us with our people, with our close family members and friends, but also to speak the language with our children. So the language will not be forgotten, because if a nation is forgetting about its language, if this nation doesn't love the language, it's losing its own identity. This is a phenomenon that we are facing today in Europe and in our countries. This is just an appeal because it's very important, and today is our day. So we are to speak about this, to preserve and to develop our language. The Romani language it's being taught in Paris at the university in INALCO. And as you know, it's being taught in Peci, but also in Bucharest. Our colleague Christian is assistant in Bucharest. I am assistant in Paris. At this moment at INALCO, we are 4 persons working like assistants at the Roma studies section. We are working like teachers, but without having a status of Romani teachers, because unfortunately, as you know, Marcel Curtiade left us, he died, and his position is open. And in 1 year, there is going to be an open public call. And who is interested can apply to replace him. I have 2 colleagues, non-Roma, and 1 colleague, a Roma, a boy. He's teaching about the history. The teaching of the Romani language, we started with 1st year, 2nd year, 3rd year, and 4th year. And this is the level of the master degree. The first year we show the Romani language, generally speaking. We don't teach a specific dialect. We work on different dialects at INALCO. We don't focus on a specific dialect. Second year, we work to better understand the writing also. The third year, we work on Romani language in the context of argumenting about the Romani language at European level, how the European institutions are using the Romani language. And we have also a course on civilization. In this course, we are talking about many aspects of the Romani language from the political view, from the social view, with regard to the identity and other groups. This is the actual program that we are working with at INALCO. This is what I wanted to tell you about. This is how we work with the Romani language at the university level in INALCO in Paris last year, 2020. The first time, the people working in Brussels who are dealing with the Romani issues asked the European school in Brussels to learn Romani language. And I had the opportunity to teach them Romani language. I've worked with them using my method, our method from ERIAC. Thank you for that initiative, ERIAC. Because this method is very practice. So we can understand among us. So the group of the people that learned Romanes were those that are holding high positions, working against discrimination in Brussels, and they want to continue learning the Romani language. And I wish that until next year, INALCO will open such a course for teaching Romani language, like long distance courses. We don't have that level of PhD or to offer long distance courses. We have many interested persons in learning the language and live in different countries, but they don't have the possibility to come to Paris in order to learn the Romani language. I kindly ask you to stop. You have like half a minute in order to finish. So I sent a text and the people from ERIAC may publish. To remember the name of Marcel, because he worked a lot on our language, on our identity and culture. If ERIAC may publish my text, to send it out. Thank you for your initiative, and also thank you for inviting me to talk about our language. Thank you. Thank you. Stay with us. We will have a short discussion after the presentations of our two guests. The third guest is my friend Kirill Kozanov. He's in a postdoctoral program at the Södertörn University. He's a researcher on Romani language. Thank you, welcome. Thank you for the nice introduction. I greet you all listening. I wish you lots of luck and health. When I've heard that I have been invited to take the flow about the initiatives that are now in Europe, I thought about talking about my work, but then I thought like, well, let's not talk about my work, but I'll work about But I'll talk about the work of other people that you didn't hear about. I'm working in Stockholm in Sweden, as Christian already mentioned, but I'm from Russia. And you know, Russia, it's a big country. And with many inhabitants. You know, there used to be the Soviet Union, USSR. And the Roma that lived in Russia, and I think until today, there is not a good contact with the Roma that live in Europe. They are not that familiar with the issues of Roma in other European countries. What I would like to say is that in Russia, we have lots of people that are doing a great job, but we have a different situation. We don't have that many organizations and foundations and support from the state. But nevertheless, we have many people that are interested in developing our language. And I'm going to give you 3 examples so you would understand what I'm talking about. The first one is a Roma boy. He's from the Russian Roma, the so-called Russian Roma group. They lived for 300 years in Russia. He lives in Kazakhstan. He's not in Russia. He's not working at the university. He has no organization, but he has a good heart, nice thoughts, and he's interested in Romani language. And I'd like to show you now. I'm going to share my screen with you. There is a website. You can find it on Facebook as well. There is a group which is called Pașeiagori. So what is he doing? He's taking non-Roma fairy tales and he's translating them into Romani language. He's inviting his relatives and they are posting. He has no organization, he has nothing, but he's doing a good job. He has a I don't know how to open it now. He has a website on Facebook, a site on Facebook showing other fairy tales, but you see it's a person that is working. I would like to talk about another person, Janos Panko. He's from Ukraine. He has an organization. He's doing the same job. He's translating fairy tales into Romani language and he's posting. So the family, relatives, and Roma kids would be able to learn about. So what is he doing now? He has a channel on Instagram presenting short videos about Romani language, about the dialects that are spoken in our areas, about the words that are used. For example, he had a video explaining where the word sapuni, which means soap, comes from. And Roma are watching, not only from the university or working in that organization, but all the Roma that are on internet are watching his videos and are learning new information about the Romani language. And another issue, there is an archive in Lithuania, also former part of the Soviet Union. Now it's an independent state. There is a Roma organization who also wanted to create a digital archive of the Romani language. So what they did, they invited children, and I also helped them, I was there. And they traveled throughout Lithuania, meeting lots of people, writing down Roma history. We were speaking more with the elderly. They were speaking about their lives, what happened, what they've seen in their lives. And now, all those stories, we want to add it to a digital archive so everyone can have access to. So I presented you 3 examples of work that is run now in our site. If there is an organization, if there is support from the state, they have more chances to do a good job and to make known their work. But I think that the Russian example, it shows us that one person can do a lot. If there is an interest and he's inspired, one can do lots of things. This is what I wanted to tell you. When we have institutions and organizations and the persons that are interested in working with the language, thank you. Very nice presentation. Diana, I kindly ask you to shut off your mic. I'm going to talk about this subject, about the last presentation from Milan Samko. He's an assistant, he's a teacher at the Department for Romani Studies, Lita University. So please, you have the floor, and afterwards we can have a discussion. You have the floor. We can't hear you. I think you have a problem with the mic. Can you hear me now? No, we can't. Could you please change the channel? Are you on the right channel, on the Russian one? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear us? Someone from the technical staff can help us with this problem. We cannot hear his microphone.
Sarmisaliake me shundem tut Milan me. Nana janau soske meta ya verna.
I think the problem is the headphones.
My naiman.
So maybe he has to remove the headphones actually and just to speak with the microphone of the computer, of the laptop.
Me shunau. Tu me shunau tut. Cristian, tu shunesles?
Ei, na, les nașnaules.
Me shunaules. Milan nu mai me shunau tut. Nana janau soske.
Pen pare so Milan. Gicana la charel kada ia problema o mi
fix this technical issue. We cannot hear him now. Now I cannot even hear him. Previously I heard him, now I cannot hear him as well. Until we fix this problem, I ask of you Mr. Kozanov, Diana, as well as Sylvia, to share your opinion on the new interactive initiatives about online. Are the youngsters seeking these online materials in regards to the Romani language? Do they want? I will tell you what I told you about the website where they have posted the videos of stories. You know, there's not much interest to look on the internet for things, but I hear his voice, and the children found him on the internet and they are listening to him. And I said, I think that we can work on improving the interest on learning the Romani language. Celia, can you share is there willingness among your students or the youth, willingness to find new ways for materials to learn via some online platforms? I want to tell you that in the gymnasium, in the patch, the Romani children are visiting the high school and are attending, and they're learning the Romani language. But there is a non-Romani teacher who is teaching our children, and this non-Roma they have a smart board as well as telephones. Again, her connection is, no, it's okay. And she has various methods of teaching, and the children in the gymnasium, they want to learn the new words through their smartphones or their tablets. I believe that now the connection is good with Mr. Milan.
Și un astut, tiro microfonul si tiro, tiri prezentația. Te aveți asta bahta, nu? Ei.
Inke ni shunazles. Milan te kamesa shunesaman.
Shunazles pi rusikani chib, shunazles ama kanakeras mute de original pachavkina shunazles. Sipo anglisko chib.
Suskenađana mam de tehničku problemu.
No problems. Just a short. When you will press at the interpretation bar, you see interpretation. There is interpretation bar, and you can click there, and you need to press on the Russian to select Russian as the language. I do not have that option. There's a hand, and above that is the record button. To help you, Milan, you have on the base from the Zoom when you open. When you will press your last button where you have interpretation, and then you will click on the button and it will open English, Russian, and mute original audio. You have the option there. Did you hear me? I did. You found this option. So you can select the Russian language. And now
Kerdian? Milan?
Ano?
Me šunavtut, akana kermut original audio, Kerdan?
Kerdiam.
Bravo, akana šajte des duma. Putar tiri camera, Janeste putar si, please help with the camera.
now it's okay. You can start your presentation. Now it's fine. I want to talk about the perspectives. I want to talk about the situation at our university. I will go on with my presentation. My computer does what he wants. You can share your presentation without showing us the slides. You can just speak. We are losing much time. We can continue. I can send the presentation later on. I lost too much time. What is your idea? What you wanted to share with us today, very briefly? I wanted to talk about the accreditation for our program. Our students have BA as well as MA studies. On the bachelor and master studies, you have the option to learn Romanes. The PhD studies you do not have. And we're working on the Romani social problems. We are teaching the Romani language to students from other faculties, universities, philosophical faculty, when they want to learn. Now, we want to make a new accreditation and specialization for Romology. We have one course in Romani language, second in teaching Romanes to children in education, and it is meant for persons who are working with Roma. They want to learn the Romani language. And the second one is for the persons who want to teach Romani language in the schools. Further on, at our university, we have a platform about Romani studies. This platform closes one group of people from many universities, from schools that are working with Romani schools and the Romani sector. Many actors who are working in the social faculty, the pedagogical faculty, and one group who are teaching Romani language in the schools. We're working into phases with Dr. Kuchukov, Professor Kuchukov. Currently, we are the norms for the standardization of the language so that it can be applicable to other countries as well. The standardization as well as the Romani language to be one hand in hand with the other languages. And after that, we can make a comparison with other countries. Now we are working in the direction of creating a database. This database will cover outside of this sphere, and the research will be in other countries as well, so that all of this data can be input into the database, and this database will show what kind of problems the Romani people have with their language. It will show the ideologies in regards to the language, and will show what issues may arise with the Romani language and in overcoming them. I had the chance to work on a Romani corpus. This corpus, I want it to be digitalized, and this corpus to be under sociolinguistic category as a written book. From this corpus, we can have research done for the creation of the database where we can get information from, but we can also show this corpus can show many other things in cultural sense, researching also in other areas. We have one more minute to finish.
O Kiril Kozanov, taj o Michal Slon, tri Romanici, šajte Kerel Peziek metodológia antro bute der tema upala lestar šajte sko korpus o katariektem avertem šajte pandel u džal ande jeksar databaza. Palikera savorenge tumenge kaj šundanman bacht sa stipen savorenge devlorea.
We are working at the university in Bucharest, and we are working on the Romani language. But after, do you have the strategy to make promotion?
No, no.
Cristian, Schnellmann.
Maybe there's a problem with my internet connection. Can you hear me now? Now I can hear you. it is unlucky. I didn't know about your work, and my question, when you have, do you have any strategies so that your work can be appreciated more? Now, we wanted to work in other countries as well, so that we can have a big database, the corpus that I already mentioned, a certain methodology, one strategy from where we can find the problems, but we do not have many persons for that. This work is very hard and it cannot be done by one person. For this, we need to do the standardized testing to standardize the language, and we can do a research, and the results or the outcome of the research will be the benefit of our Romanian children, because we will have the didactics in the Romanian language, and we can have the didactics in other languages as well. So the results will be positive. The second problem, it is hard to seek donations for this. When 2 or 3 universities cooperate from other countries, institutions, it will be easiest to when we're talking about cooperation within other universities. When we are talking on this panel about the initiatives for the learning of the Romani language, I will ask my sister Diana Kirilova. Can you hear me? I want to ask you in regards to a project that was from Professor Marcel, one digital instrument, and there was many materials available for that. There was a project done with INALCO Institute, where you're working now, and I wanted to ask her when INALCO will finalize this project, and is it at their disposal? Open your microphone and share your opinion with us. Can you hear me? You're asking me about the project Red Rome was done in 4 dialects, so that the 4 dialects can be taught. Red Rome is in database in INALCO, and I don't have the pass to put it in the program. I have the Moody pass. When I was working with him as an assistant, I believe the mode pass, we will have the possibility to see it, but I do not know if they want to go further on with this material in the next year, in 2022. I will raise this question in INALCO, and I will ask them what are their thoughts about the materials. The materials exist, the database exists. I have the password, and I believe that INALCO and all of the work that was done by our Professor Marcel, he left a piece of paper stating that he doesn't want the all the materials to go to all of his, oh, pardon. We need to give all of those materials to all of the archives. And I hope that we will not lose this. Talking on the subject, as we know, it's nice to have a product that we will have it online as an initiative where the Romanian language can be taught, but not to forget the big work that was done up till now. And it will be sad to put it on the side, such database and such a program, where I have worked also for 3 years together with Marcel. I know what fortune is there of, and in the internet, there need to be an internet promotion, and there was a project, I believe, for 2 million euros. There was a big project. Marcel and Inalco were not the donators, but it was a deal for a big project. At Inalco, they're not focused on one dialect, but you have access to many things that our uncle, dear uncle, Marcel left. In the library, there's 2 months how the lady took the materials. So now the things from the library will be in the archives. Now there are 4 persons there, and until next year, the person who will take his place when there will be a opening for a job position, the person then should be in charge of working with the Red Room. Thank you. Diana, do we have someone else who wants to take the floor or intervention for the online initiatives? You can take the floor. We have 3 more minutes. My sister Lakatos, tell us, you have a library there. You have an online library for the students where they can find materials and information. We do have a library in our department. And I have this book in the library and in Hungary as well. So the students can learn from this book. We do have a library, and that is where I'm asking about online. We do not have online. But we're working on opening a website where we can show our work. I wanted to say, as Milan said, and they're working with the universities, we need contacts, not only to learn the language at the university level, but to have a closer contact and cooperation, and we need to think about this. We have 2 more minutes. Jan Ferro. We have a raised hand from Jan Hiro. Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. When we have 2 minutes to ask our sister Sylvia, I understand the university in Bucharest creates preparation for Romani teachers to teach Romani. I wanted to ask her, the University of Peci, they have a program in order to have teachers in primary school or in secondary schools. I wanted to ask that. Thank you. I will answer your question now. We are working on the issue in who want to understand or learn the Romani language. And we needed to create books. We do not have enough. And that's why we created this group. So that our language can be more exposed in elementary as well as in higher, let's say, secondary schools. Thank you. Thank you all. It was very interesting to see that on every panel,
Trachin, trebuie și asta.
Stay connected among us. These few Roma working short break, 15 minutes break.
You can speak. Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to welcome you in the panel 4, in the last panel discussion of this conference. My name is Anna Mirga Kruszelnicka. I'm Deputy Director of ERIAC, and it's an honor for me to be chairing a session in which we have representatives of intergovernmental organizations of the EU and the experts of the Council of Europe, as well as representatives of the civil society and Roma scholarship. So this is a panel in which we will be discussing the existing Romani language initiatives and policies at the international level, and also pay attention to some of the very exemplary practices and initiatives developed at the local level. And we will be hearing from the panelists gathered today recommendations for safeguarding the future of Romani language, both at the European and member states level. And we will be reflecting on what solutions are available in the planes of education, language rights, and policies to safeguard our Romani language. We are 7 speakers today, so I will not spend much time providing you with an introduction, but I will jump right into introducing our guest speakers. First off, our first speaker will be June Lowry Kingston, who is the head of the unit Directorate General for Communications Networks, Content and Technology of the European Commission. It is a pleasure to have you here with us. Thank you so much for finding the time, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Nais Tumenge, Shuka Tulari Mesmeri. And I apologize if my pronunciation is as bad as I suspect it was. I'm actually going to start with a really quick pitch for collaboration. So, for the first time ever, digital language technologies offer us a genuine possibility of good quality and real-time cross-language communication without resorting to expensive and expert human intervention, whether using tools for automated translation, for speech-to-text transcription and then translation, or even speech-to-speech interpretation. And you can see how our EU automated translation tool, e-translation, works. If you look at the Conference on the Future of Europe platform, which we'll put links in the chat, which allows persons from all across Europe to share ideas and comment on each other's ideas and thoughts without language barriers. And the title of this panel is really The Future of Romani Languages 2020 to 2030. And that's a future I'd love to see for at least the most widely used Romani language variants by 2030, possibly also the standardized version, if that's appropriate. The work to preserve the rich linguistic heritage of the Romani language is essential. And so teaching and learning the Romani language is also essential. But language technologies can complement that work, and they can offer practical tools so that Romani speakers can enjoy easier and more independent access to public information, to public services, to healthcare, and so on, without having to be bilingual or rely on others who are. So how can language technologies help language equality for the Roma people? Well, in our experience, building the engines for automated translation is actually the simple part. The hard part and the essential part before we can do that is to gather formatted digital language data. And what do we mean by adequate language resources in this context? Well, ideally, we'd be looking at 2 million parallel, that's bilingual, language sentences for an automated translation engine, or 10,000 hours of speech with transcription for a speech-to-text technology. But while that might seem huge amounts of data and a big mountain to climb, anything is better than nothing where language data is concerned. And even monolingual data may be useful because the technology is advancing rapidly in this field. 5 years ago, the situation was very different. And in another 5 years, who knows where we'll be. Now, what do I mean? What sort of examples would I mean by data? Well, I caught the end of the previous panel and one of the academics was talking about academic corpus. Some speakers today may have access to such academic collections. We know that more written Romani is being published, and so parallel sentences can be anything. It can be children's books, it can be public information from public sector bodies, it can be teaching materials, publications by international organizations, even potentially bilingual sentences with non-EU languages. If such texts exist, for example, in Macedonian or in Hindi or other languages, why not? Anything is better than nothing. And in terms of speech and transcription, as Romani is used now also for podcasts or for audiovisual production, radio programs, formal speeches, any of these are useful, as is, for example, recordings of a conference like today's event. If we have interpretation and if we can add transcription to that, that becomes a very valuable resource. So I invite everyone to think creatively about language data. Where do parallel texts exist, or where does speech with transcription exist? Because for existing resources, we in the European Commission can provide you with guidelines on how to collect and format data if you wish to be part of our language data collection. And if there's interest, we can arrange meetings with our contractors who manages language resources for us under the European Language Resource Coordination Project. We'll put the links in the chat. And there is also the European Language Equality Project. Now, the European Parliament is very concerned with the challenges of language equality in the digital age. They produced a resolution, and more recently, they've given us funding for a project which is looking at what we need to put in place to achieve full digital language equality by 2030. In the project, we have over 50 partners looking at over 85 European languages, and the NGO European Civil Society Platform for Multilingualism, which some of you may know, is the primary source for the Romani language in that project. But it's not just for existing resources. For new resources, there will be a call in 2022, next year, under the Framework Programme for Research, Horizon Europe, which will look at the preservation of European languages other than the official 24 languages. Now, I don't know the detail of that call as yet, but once it's published, we can tell ERIAC, and we will certainly share it on our social media channels. Now, I'm well aware that data collection and curation, even for the EU official languages, is not always easy or straightforward. There are challenges of personal data protection, of intellectual property rights. Data may be made available for research purposes, but not for commercialization. And there can be issues with international data transfer, which is one reason why we in the EU are very keen to develop European alternatives to the North American tools such as Google Translate. And so in that context, I just briefly want to mention our tool, e-translation, the one I said that's in the conference on the Future of Europe platform. It covers automated translation in 31 languages, 24 EU official, Norwegian and Icelandic, and 5 non-EU languages that were economically or socially relevant and where data was readily available. That's Arabic, Chinese, Japanese, Russian, and Turkish. E-translation is available free of charge for all EU public sector bodies across Europe, and also for European small and medium-sized enterprises. And very soon it will be available for academics and for NGOs across Europe. And if we get the data, we can add other languages to that. So my call for you today is really, together, let's make the most of these digital opportunities, not just to preserve, but also to promote use of the Romani language. Developing language technology tools does take time. It's not going to happen overnight, but we can make a start. And for language equality, we really need to start with language data. So I'd love to hear from you. And again, I'll put a functional mailbox in the chat. Thank you. And I hope I was around 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laurie Kingston. This is truly very exciting. As you may know, millions of Roma EU citizens have been dreaming of having a possibility of actually EU acting as a body that recognizes the value of Romani cultural heritage through language. So it's very exciting to see these initiatives, and I'm sure many of the guests and our audience members will be interested in collaborating as well, as ERIAC is, as you know. So thank you very much for this contribution, very exciting. Next up, we have Mr. Jan Hero, who is an advisor to the State Secretary at the Ministry of Education, Science, Research and Sport of the Slovak Republic, a very long-time member of the Council of Europe, ADI-ROM committee, and a true expert on Roma issues internationally and in particular in Slovakia. So Mr. Hero, we are very happy to have you. Thank you so much for joining, and the floor is yours.
Anna, thank you very much for the floor. I congratulate to everyone on International Romani Language Day and to those who are not here with us at the webinar. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this event, which I consider important. Personally, I am pleased and very much appreciate the fact that the European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture has taken the position of the Romani language under its wing and patronage as an important characteristic feature of Romani identity and an important tool for the artistic and cultural development of the Roma. International actors are very important for the rescue, we can see, or for rescue or preservation of the Romani language in the future, as we have seen all the day. This as an argument, I will start with a simplified comparison. There are European languages that may be a minority language in another country, but may have a few users, for example, 3 or 5 million, are part of the home country, so they have their own language institutes, which are dedicated to the support, maintenance, and development of the language. This is not the case with the Romani language, which has perhaps more language users in Europe. Certainly, the basis for the support of the Romani language in the future is the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages, a European treaty adopted in 1992 under the auspices of the Council of Europe to protect and promote historical, regional, and minority languages in Europe. In the member states that have ratified the Charter, the minimum teaching of the Romani language as a mother tongue should be part of the country's educational system, including its institutional provision by school and school facilities. An important practical tool to support the teaching of the Romani language in the future for various dialects and variants has become the curriculum framework for Romani, which has been developed by the Language Policy Division of the Council of Europe as part of the Council's comprehensive approach to Roma and traveler issues in 2008. The curriculum framework for Romani draws on the descriptive categories and common reference levels of the common European framework of reference for languages, and in doing as aligns itself with the wider policies to shape the Councils of Europe's work in language education. This framework for Romani language was developed to provide a common basis for the elaboration of language syllabus, curriculum, guidelines, examinations, textbooks, and other learning materials in school system across Europe. In my view, this structural instrument, in a sense, for the needs of the Romani language in some way compensates for the absence of a language institute. It has been to develop a tool that is larger, self-explanatory, and of immediate practical use to educational planners, syllabus designers, textbooks, writers, teachers, and examiners. One of the chief concerns of the all potential users is likely to be progression in learning, and for the reason the framework is based on the first 4 frameworks, common reference levels A1, A2, B1, B2. And an excellent achievement for the future of the Romani language was the initiative of Karl Francis University Graz in Austria, which obtained resources for developing and the coordination of the international project Quality Education in Romani for Europe, called QualiRom, implemented and tested the curriculum framework for Romani and the corresponding European language portfolio models, realized from the 1st of December 2010 until the 3rd of November 2013. Qualirom produced teaching materials in 6 Romani varieties, ranging from proficiency levels A to B2 for learners on primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. Teaching materials were tested in schools in Austria, in Czech Republic, Finland, and Slovakia, which is inspirative to create teaching materials for other more dialects in different countries, I think. Based on the success of the project, the European Center for Modern Languages in Graz, together with the original coordinators of Qualirom and other partners, nowadays offer member states the possibility to request support in the area through training and consultancy activities. The activities which take place at the national level promote the use of the impressive Qualirom resources developed both in teacher development programs and directly with learners in countries with Roma populations. In short, I will just mention a list of few initiatives and elements to support the Romani language in the field of education based on the previous facts, which can guarantee support for the development of safeguarding to the use of the Romani language at the national level. In Slovakia, we as well use this offer from ECML in Graz, and we organized the seminar and in 2018. And the results of this seminar was that we created a strategy for Romani language teaching in Slovakia. And according this framework, the State Pedagogic Institute, in cooperation with Charles University, redeveloped the state educational program for Romani language for primary, secondary schools from A1 to B1 and B2 on the secondary schools. Some maybe initiatives are that we have rules for the Romani language. The Minister of Education, to support the Romani language teaching, approved an increased normative contribution per pupil with Romani language teaching in primary and secondary schools for 104%. We have 9 Roma national schools with teaching of the Romani language and the history of the Roma, 3 primary and 6 secondary schools. We have developed task pool for internal and external part of the Matura exam on those secondary schools. We have, as we have heard before, we have accredited Department of Romology at Institute of Romological Studies at University of Constantine the Philosopher in Nitra. What is very important that we have accredited study program for the training of Romani language teachers in combination with another subject at the University of Prešov since 2018. Is a very important historical moment, perhaps only at the second university in the world after the University of Bucharest, training Romani language teachers. A fact very important for the future of the Romani language.
I apologize, Mr. Hero. I'm really sorry for interrupting. If you could just conclude slowly your speech, since your time was up. So I'm really sorry.
Yes. I would like just to mention that Slovak Republic has signed up for the experimental verification to the Council of Europe's new strategy for teaching the Romani language, the role of the Romani language in the inclusion of Romani children in education, multilingual or plurilingual education practice. I think more will develop, maybe David, about this idea. And I think I should stop here and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hero, for reminding us of the very important role the Council of Europe has played as a pioneer, really, in developing initiatives transnationally to safeguard Romani language, and also for showing us the richness of the activities that are developing in the Slovak Republic. So many things that we can learn from this. So thank you so much. Our next speaker is Professor David Little, who is a fellow emeritus of Trinity College in Dublin, Ireland. And he has been contributing to the Council of Europe's work for decades, especially in relation to the Common European Framework or Reference for Languages, and also European Language Portfolio. And importantly, for this conference, he co-authored the curriculum framework for Romani and coordinates the Quali-Rom training and consultancy provided by the European Center for Modern Languages in Graz. And he currently is the academic director of the Council of Europe's Romani Plurilingual Policy Experimentation. So, Professor Little, the floor is yours. Please kindly unmute yourself. We cannot hear you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. And to begin with, greetings on this auspicious day from Dublin. Let me share my screen with you. My contribution, which will be between 5 and 6 minutes long, is a continuation of what you've just heard from Jan Hero. I'm going to talk about the Council of Europe's Romani Plurilingual Policy Experimentation, of which, as you've just heard, I'm academic director. This policy experimentation may involve here and there the teaching of Romani, but the main thrust is to find ways of ensuring that the linguistic identity of Romani pupils and students in school systems is fully drawn into the process of their educational integration and therefore their education. The expert team responsible for the experimentation, apart from myself, comprises Jan Hero, from whom we've just heard, Helena Zadlkova from the Romani Studies Seminar at Charles University, Prague. We heard from one of her colleagues this morning, Diana Sima, who's one of our interpreters today, and Susana Narova, who contributed to the program this morning. So very much in the family. The background. We all know that the educational inclusion of Romani children and adolescents remains a major challenge. Previous Council of Europe initiatives leave a gap between high-level principles that derive from human rights and things that go with that, and classroom practice at the level of curriculum frameworks and Quali-Rom materials and so on that Jan Hero was mentioning a few minutes ago. In 2018-19, the expert group developed policy guidelines that seek to address that gap by doing two things, focusing first of all on the role of the Romani language in educational inclusion of Roma, and secondly, by adopting the Council of Europe's plurilingual and intercultural approach to education. This has a great deal in common with the European Union's evolving policy. The plurilingual focus is crucial for our work. What it essentially means is that education is carried out in such a way as to draw into the process not only the curriculum languages, the languages you're teaching and the languages you want your students and pupils to learn, but the languages they bring with them. And in our case, of course, that means Romani. Our policy guidelines, our policy guidelines elaborate 5 principles that we argue should shape the development of policy. First of all, the principle that educational inclusion is a fundamental human right. We all know that. But what we need then to reflect on is how, when we implement that right, language comes to play a central role. The second principle is that inclusion is a two-way process. This is fundamental to the Council of Europe's notion of inclusion. And therefore it should benefit pupils from majority as well as minority communities, so that the inclusion of Romani pupils is not worth much if it's not having an impact on the majority. Flexible approaches are required in policy implementation because of the highly variable linguistic profiles of Romani communities. Flexibility will be facilitated by focusing on learning rather than teachers, on learners and their identities rather than teachers and their priorities. And flexibility will also be facilitated by adopting the Council of Europe's plurilingual approach, because the fundamental thrust of that approach is to draw all the languages present in the learning environment into the process. In our policy experimentation, we have 3 countries participating: Greece, Slovakia, and Slovenia. Different countries, different situations, different kinds of Roma community, and different educational traditions. The experimentation will draw in 4 or so primary schools in each country, and it'll focus on the role of the Romani language in the educational inclusion of Romani children, which may involve the teaching of Romani, but will also include ways of drawing their Romani linguistic identity into the ongoing discourse and process of the classroom. And all of that will be done, as I've already said, within the larger framework provided by the Council of Europe's plurilingual and intercultural approach. We're currently in the preparatory phase, and then starting next autumn, there will be 3 school years of policy experimentation. We shall be reporting to the Standing Committee for Policy Education, Policy and Practice of the Council of Europe at the end of each of these years. And of course, from year to year, we will expect to build on whatever gains we've made in the preceding terms. What do we hope will come out of this? Well, first of all, for Romani pupils, an experience of inclusive education in which the Romani language not just as something in which they will develop greater proficiency, but the Roman language is something which is central to their sense of themselves, to their traditions, to their identity, in which that language plays a central role. But for non-Romani pupils, an experience of Romani language, history, and culture. That's going to be very variable, and how it's mediated is also going to be very variable, but it's a crucial part of the overall aim of what we are at. Of course, professional development for the participating teachers should go without saying. We hope to promote an understanding of the principles, but more especially the practice of plurilingual and intercultural education. The Council of Europe is seeing this policy experimentation as a sort of test case for the plurilingual intercultural approach, focusing in the first instance on Romani. And then at the most practical level, we hope to find new ways of including the Romani language in the daily discourse of school, inside and outside the classroom. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Ettel. This is truly fascinating and a very promising policy experimentation approach. So we are all looking forward to learning from your experience. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Professor Hristo Kyuchikov, perhaps one of the biggest, among the biggest of Romani experts and scholars, with 3 PhD diplomas from different universities and over an 800 academic texts written on different subjects ranging from Romani language to Roma history and culture. Hristo Kyuchikov is currently Professor of Romani language and intercultural education at the University of Silesia in Katowice in Poland. Professor Kyuchikov, the floor is yours. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you, but I see you are unmuted. Could you maybe try? I think I'm really sorry. It seems we have some type of a technical difficulty because We cannot hear you.
Can you please make sure that you are on the right channel?
Please try to switch the channel to maybe English or off. And let's test if there's a possibility. We still cannot hear you, unfortunately.
Okay.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Finally.
Finally. Well, great.
Greetings
Welcome.
from Turkey. Greetings from Izmir. I'm here since yesterday because today and tomorrow we are celebrating the International Romani Language Day, first time in the history of Turkey, together with approximately 30 university students. And the conference is still going on. The presentations are still going on. And there are some PhD students from Charles University from Prague here also, speaking on Romani in Central Europe, and Dr. Bisseralekov, who is from Belgium, speaking about the modern Romani dialects in Balkan countries. So my presentation is about the future of Romani language and how it develops in Balkan countries, and particularly in countries like Turkey, where there is almost nothing done for last approximately 150, 60 years on Romani language. The first grammar of Romani was published in 1870 by Alexandros Paspatis here in Turkey, and it was about the dialects spoken of Roma living in Constantinople. So from 1870 until now, there were no real research and real publications on Romani. But actually, this is not only the country in Balkan countries. There are countries also like Bulgaria, where there was very little done on Romani language. And because of this, what we are trying to do for last 1.5, 2 years is to start new research on describing the existing Romani dialects, developing a questionnaire for collecting Romani data, and establishing a database of Romani dialects. And of course, we are also working on this, how to preserve the language and how to give it to the younger generation. I mean, very young children who are in the kindergarten age. Why Romani is so important in these countries like Bulgaria and Romania, Bulgaria and Turkey? So first of all, I have to say that one very big part of the Roma in Turkey are assimilated. The official numbers, I mean, officially there is no Roma in Turkey, but the non-official numbers, when I spoke with the Roma activists from Roma NGOs, say that the number of the Roma is between 3 to 5 million in Turkey. But because of the existing discrimination in the society, most of the Roma, including those who are highly educated, they prefer to hide their identity. Romani language in Turkey is almost dying. More or less, this is the situation also in Bulgaria, where Roma prefer to be Turks, to identify as Turks, or to identify as Bulgarians, because it's more prestigious in Bulgaria to be a Turk instead of Roma. And together with the professor from Massachusetts, Professor Jill de Villiers, who is a specialist in early child language development, one of the leading psycholinguists in the world, for the last 15 years, we were trying to develop tests for Romani language, especially for children. First of all, to measure with those tests the knowledge of the children in Romani, how much they know their grammar, the grammatical structure, how much is preserved among the young children between the age of 3 to 6 years old, and how they preserve the culture and the identity. And we were doing with one of the tests which we developed in 2013, approximately with 350 children in Europe. We were doing tests in countries such as Bulgaria, Macedonia, Serbia, Croatia, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Sweden, England, and in Russia. And this what we found is that approximately 80% of the Roma children from all these countries know the very high grammatical structure, extremely complex and extremely difficult. And now recently, we did try to develop and tested children from Bulgaria on another grammatical category, which is called, well, how shall I explain it? When we have genitive, but I will give you an example. For example, this is the hat of my brother's son. How would you say it in Romani language? And what the child will understand, if this is the hat of the son of my brother or the hat of my brother. So this is the new test which we developed, and this is called with linguistic term recursion. And we made it in 2 levels, 3 levels, and 4 levels, when we have the hat of the mother, the hat of the brother of my son, the hat of my brother's son's daughter, this kind of complicated issues, and to see what the Roma children understand. Why this is so important? Because in the Romani language is also preserved the culture of the Roma. And this kind of very complex grammatical structures are still used among the Roma communities, although that Romani is registered by UNESCO as a dying language, endangered language, because only 3.5 million Roma out of between 12 to 14 million Roma in the world speak Romani. So together with these language tests, we try to understand how much the children are equipped with the culture of Roma and how much they identify as Roma. And this what we found is that approximately 60 to 70% of children understand this kind of very complex grammatical structures when we have, this is the hat of my brother's son, or stuff like that. And another issue which is very important, speaking about the language, is that the language is a mirror of the social structure of the Roma communities. This is what we found in Bulgaria, for example, in one of the towns. I will not mention the name of the town. This is not the most important. So there are 2 groups of Roma. The Roma who considered to be a little bit more rich, more educated, more cultivated. And there are a second group of Roma who are living in a ghetto, within the ghetto. Actually, the town had a kind of Roma settlement with approximately 15,000 Roma, that Bulgarian town. And within this 15,000, one part of them are considered to be rich Roma and more cultivated Roma. And the second group are less educated, less cultivated, and less integrated Roma, and they are living within ghetto within ghetto. So this, actually the children from the ghetto within ghetto showed much higher results preserving the grammatical structure, and they speak much better Romani than the children who are belonging to these rich Roma families. There, they speak much more Bulgarian language, thinking that speaking much more Bulgarian, they will be more integrated, and more accepted. But actually, both group of the children are studying in the Roma school, which is placed in the Roma ghetto, Roma settlement. And it doesn't matter how educated are those children and those families and how integrated they are. In the eyes of the Bulgarians, they are, Roma from the ghetto, and they are ignored and they are discriminated, and there is a racist attitude towards them. But language, it's a very important social characteristics. So the poor Roma consider themselves more Roma than those rich Roma in that particular town. So,
Professor Kyuchukov, I'm really sorry for interrupting you, but unfortunately your time has run up already a few minutes ago, so I could please ask you kindly to slowly conclude. Thank you.
What I wanted to say is this, that the language is not only an issue of identity and culture, but the language is also issue of social status within the community. And I'm sorry that, the time is so limited, but still, nevertheless, in another presentation, maybe I will present you more results from my studies. And again, greetings from Turkey, and thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you, Professor Kyuchukov, and apologies for interrupting your fascinating presentation, but unfortunately, we are running out of time. And really, congratulations on your initiatives, and thank you for joining us from Turkey while you're in another conference in parallel. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Professor Ciprian Lecula, and a man of many roles and many talents, a scholar, an academic, but also a politician, and currently, among other things, chair of the Roma Education Fund, professor at the University of Bucharest, and also coordinator of Platform RSL in Romania. Thank you so much, Professor Necula, for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you, ERIAC, for organizing this. Well, just a small correction, I'm not the coordinator of RSL platform, I'm one of the founders of it. Alin Banu is the coordinator of it, so just to eliminate this confusion. But I think mentioning RSL is very important because RSL started with an advertised company this year, a campaign to make Romani language possible for the Google engine. When you search at other languages, is nothing there on Romanes. So, of course, they was asking themselves, why that? I mean, it's a language well spoken in Europe. Professor Kuchukov mentioned 3.5 million. So why is not on the Google? And I hope that one day we can see that possible, because Google is not only a translation facility. It is also a tool of recognition. Being there means that you exist. And unfortunately, in this digital changing world, Romani language is not there. So thank you for mentioning RSL. Just to continue what Professor Kuchukov said, not doing the similar research, of course, I do consider that Romani language is not, of course, only cultural identity and not only social interaction, but also a political construct. And I think that's a key element, because identity goes to a point, which is a political identity. And now, let me congratulate again ERIAC for taking the lead in this field, and also using Roma experts for building somehow this political identity of Roma. Without it, without the language, Roma as a nation, as the discussion that we have, and we have many experts that will say, well, this is not possible because Roma are not really a nation because they are spread all over. And Romani language is not really a language because they have so many dialects and they can understand themselves, and so on. I heard that so many times. I think it's time to have Romani language harmonized, used by organizations that are working with Roma. And as Roma Education Fund chair, we are in a full process of transformation with the organization. And when the new strategy will come up, what I can ensure is that Romani language will be a pillar of Roma Education Fund intervention in education. The point is, what will be the language? Because if we ask, experts from all over the fields, they will tell us, well, there are so many dialects and so on. I think we need the time to harmonize the Romani language as, or standardize as any other language in this planet. I'm speaking Romanian language fluently because I was born here and I'm a Romanian citizen. And speaking of influences, we are using every day, English words in our Romanian because it's easier. And also, I do not consider the Moldovan language, which is basically Romanian, another language. Even I can understand that they are coming from a different part, they have a different culture, they are a different group, and so on, as well with many other languages. So I think around Romani language should be, first of all, a political decision. What we want from Romani language, what kind of language we want to have, and what for. And for that, I think experts like Mihaela Zătreanu, Hristo Kuchukov, that I see here, Delia Grigore, Mr. Pădure, and the ones that invested their time and knowledge in developing Romani language, I think they have a say, and they should be in hands of Roma people close to Roma communities. I think also teaching in Romani language is essential. If a language is not used and it's not useful, in terms of historian Harari, then to be lost. Why to use this if it's not needed? It was used for many years as subversive language to communicate when Gage was around, to hide something. Okay, probably is the time for Roma to say, enough, we need to have this as a political construct, as recognition of our identity. And Roma Education Fund is ready to contribute to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Necula, for your short but very inspiring speech. And indeed, thank you for reminding us about the importance of safeguarding Romani language as a pillar for identity and the very existence of Roma nation. So really thank you for bringing these points to our attention. And our next speaker is Emila Condut, who is a policy officer at the Council of Europe, Ukraine, and also a very well-known Romani woman activist and leader, a very important persona in Ukraine and internationally. It's a pleasure to have you, Zola. Thank you so much for joining, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for the invitation, dear colleagues. I would like to congratulate all of us with the International Romani Language Day. I would like to continue the idea and what our colleagues just said about the political recognition, because as we see it in Ukraine, after the request of the Ministry of Education to the Council of Europe to provide expert support for the standardization or codification of the Romani language, we also see the political recognition of the Roma community in Ukraine. For example, some international organizations started requesting interpretation of the into Romani language of the international meetings that they are conducting, or some other issues, but we see it as an absolutely clear political recognition of the Roma community in Ukraine. I also would like to say that today was the first time when we also organized kind of a small celebration of the Romani Language Day with the students, very similar as Professor Kuchukov said, where we provided more information about the Romani language, about the Roma community in Ukraine, and tried to answer questions of the students about the Roma, about the Romani language. By that also trying to overcome the stereotypes and other issues that they might have towards Roma. Speaking about the codification or standardization, harmonization of the Romani language, for example, in Ukraine, what does it mean in practice? So, of course, we have to work a lot together with the Ministry of Education on training and preparing the teachers of the Romani language. Unfortunately, in Ukraine, we do not have such teachers, and working on the curriculum for the primary school on Romani language together with the experts of ERIAC, and we are very happy here to partner with the organization. We have to think in advance about how we will teach the children. Then also, for example, trying to teach children of Roma and non-Roma of the Romani language, of course, we can open facultatives and other courses for the Romani children, and that also brings together Roma and non-Roma children and harmonizing the dialogue and cooperation of these children, and just contributing into again overcoming the stereotypes of those children studying together, which is also very important. Of course, we need materials, teaching materials, literature, and that can take many years to work, but what is important that the work has been started in Ukraine, and we have many examples, very positive examples that we can use from other countries, and of course the standards of the Council of Europe. Speaking about the dialects and the language itself, of course, for example, in Ukraine, it's also a big question which dialect can be selected, but also the alphabet. Is it going to be Cyrillic or Latinic? And then here I'm very much supporting what just the previous speaker said, because thinking about Roma as a nation and showing the unity, for example, the direction of the Ukraine towards Europe and European standards, of course, then it would be wise maybe to think about choosing the Latinic and work on that together with our experts, and of course to use already existing standards of the Romani language in other countries. So here, just to conclude, I would like to say that of course we have to work on harmonization of the language, recognition of the Roma at the political level, using soft diplomacy, using, of course, the development of the language. And it's just, of course, the language is the code of the nation. And that's why it's extremely important to work on our language, on preservation, but also development. Thank you for organizing the conference, and thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Kondor, so much for your words and for sharing the experiences in Ukraine, but also the more general perspective of the importance of the work of safeguarding Romani language. Very important points indeed. Last but not least, we have Mr. Dan Pavel Dogi, who is a team leader of the Non-Discrimination Roma Coordination Unit at the DG Justice and Consumers of the European Commission. We actually thought that it's a great idea to have Mr. Dogi conclude today's round of opening remarks, also seeing how timely these discussions are. As you may know, the EU has approved the next decade of national Roma integration strategies, the EU Roma framework. So we thought it's a good idea to conclude this round with Mr. Dogi's remarks. So Mr. Dogi, thank you for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Anna, for the invitation, and congratulations to ERIAC for organizing today's event.
I wish you all good health, my dear brothers and sisters. With those who are watching, and greetings to those who are watching us on Facebook. I'm really happy that I'm part here today with you. I'm taking part with you here today.
I welcome the useful information introduced by my colleague June, and encourage you to follow up on this great digital opportunity of electronic translation of documents and texts from various languages into Romani language. Our Romani language is very important for us as a people. It constitutes also a reason to be proud of, as it is rooted in the Sanskrit language, which is among the first and oldest languages in the world, and had a profound influence over many world languages nowadays. Though our people worldwide show a great diversity, be it because of their dialects or because of their historical background, including due to some policies and practices of forced assimilation, the Romani language bound us together and continue to do so across borders and across oceans. However, being for centuries an oral language, the possibilities to learn and promote the language were limited, especially on the background of general attitude of societal rejection, also marginalization and exclusion, which perpetuated for centuries in most of the countries where Roma live. Because of the strong stigma attached to being perceived or recognized as a Roma and the related disadvantages or discrimination, many Roma parents have decided that for their children's sake and for their better life prospects, they should not learn the Romani language or avoid speaking it in public. I'm one of such examples, having Romani native speaking parents who did not teach us the language for the said reasons. I've learned Romani to the rather limited level I possess, almost as a foreign language, which for a people is rather unnatural. One can therefore understand quite clearly the impact generated by such factors on the perpetuation of the Romani language. On such background, a steady distancing of the younger generations of Roma from learning and speaking the language became a painful reality, endangering the very preservation of our language. Fortunately, and owing it to the tireless efforts of many Roma activists, scholars, teachers, and professors in the past decades, including by way of the 4th Romano Congress organized by the International Romani Union, a common Romani language standard was developed and promoted Europe-wide and nationally. Advocacy efforts and support by some international organizations have made it possible to introduce teaching of Romani language in schools and later on in some universities. And slowly, we have witnessed a revival of the language through new generations of Roma children being taught the language in formal settings. I would like to congratulate all persons involved in the processes leading to such important achievement, both Roma and non-Roma. I also take the opportunity on this important day for our language to acknowledge the great contribution of our late friend and colleague Marcel Cortiade, Podelte Tiles, as well as the late Rajko Đurić, Podelte Tiles, and of the many other great contributors in this effort, among whom Christoph Kuchukov, today with us, Gheorghe Sarău, Latif Demirovski, Liliana Kovacheva, Mihaela Zătreanu, and Delia Grigore, and many others, including our colleagues here today, the Roma interpreter. I strongly encourage all of us to boldly advance on this righteous path, essential for the Roma people, our people. As Anna briefly introduced, European Union and European Commission has an important new framework for the current decade. It's the EU Roma Strategic Framework for Equality, Inclusion and Participation, adopted last year and also followed by the Council recommendation unanimously adopted by member states this year. There is one particular section or chapter in it, number 4, refers to EU action and support to promote equality and fight anti-Gypsyism. And it reads as follows. To promote Roma equality by tackling anti-Gypsyism, the Commission will support activities promoting positive narratives and Roma role models, combating negative stereotypes, and here, most importantly, raising awareness on Roma history and culture, and therefore language included, and promoting truth and reconciliation under the SERVE program for citizens, equality, rights, and values. I invite all of you to work together, including with the relevant national authorities and the national contact points of Roma, and develop and submit project proposals focusing in these areas. The SERVE program has opened on the 28th of October and has a deadline to submit the proposals by 10th of February 2022. I encourage those interested to continue communication with the Roma team of the European Commission via email to jointly explore the possible avenues for cooperation on how to promote awareness about Romani language and its wide teaching and education. By way of recognition of the importance of Romani language, our recent EU platform for Roma inclusion has provided for the first time Romani interpretation, aligning itself with all the good practices of the OSCE and of the Council of Europe. As regards the future of the Romani language, I'm personally optimistic and believe we are on the good track. I also have a personal recommendation to make. In order to make the international Romani language more harmonized and better accepted and used by a wider pool of Roma across countries, the continuing process must include a closer consultation and joint work with the representatives of Roma groups, speakers of dialects used by large Roma populations, and work out together a written form that is simplified. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to Dan, Dogi, really thank you for your contribution. I particularly appreciate some of the points that you made regarding the personal stories and also reminding us that we're building on the legacy and work of giants that came before us. So very important point indeed. My colleagues of the, apologies, this is just the alarm of the controlling the time. My colleagues from the tech team have generously offered us a few more minutes so that we can have one quick round of questions, if that's okay. I would like to just quickly ask for your final statements, just a 1 minute reflection on a rather complex question. So if we want to move from the status of Romani language as an endangered language to a status of Roma as a language that thrives, that is a language that is spoken and taught, where we have publications, media, and seeing that also there is really a very advanced degree of materials, knowledge, academic knowledge, also political and institutional interest and a degree of recognition. What are the next steps? What are the opportunities you see ahead, thinking in terms of the hopeful, positive mindset towards the future, but also what are some of the challenges you can identify? I would invite all of you, our distinguished speakers, to maybe reflect in a minute or two. I wonder who would like to start. Thank you, Ms. Laurie Kingston. Please go ahead.
Someone's got to start, and I'll try and keep it to a minute.
Thank you for breaking the ice.
Exactly. So I shared a link in the chat. This might sound totally ridiculous, but Letzerburgisch actually has some similarities as well as lots of differences, clearly, with the whole Romani language situation. We are a very small population here. It is an oral language. It was not socially valued. And yet nowadays, and I am now a Luxembourgish citizen and I speak a little bit of Luxembourgish, it is more widely spoken and more appreciated than ever before. And that is not because it's taught all the way through in schools. It is taught really in the first 2 or 3 years in primary school, and that's it. But it has become a really culturally valued, binding factor for the Letzerburgish people in a country where over 50% of the population are not Luxembourgers, are foreigners. And I think if it can work for Luxembourgish, which is in Google Translate, by the way, I think we have every opportunity of making it work for Romani languages. And I think the work that's going on with the teaching in schools, if we can combine that with digital tools to make it easier for member states to get public information and stuff used in Romani, then I think the future can be bright. We can definitely, we don't have to accept digital extinction, and we can have a bright future for minority languages across Europe. My pitch.
Thank you so much. This is quite a very hopeful example. So thank you for sharing. We have Professor Little and then Professor Nicola for your brief thoughts. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I agree with the last speaker. I think part of the future lies in more writing, more publication, the arrival of internationally acceptable standards for international communication and all of that. But it's also a matter of successful inclusion, because you won't get the language included in the linguistic fabric of societies unless the speakers of the language themselves are also included. And that's what I hope our policy experimentation in the Council of Europe is going to make a significant contribution towards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Little. We have Professor Necula next, and then Mr. Ianhero.
Thank you very much. As I said, and I was short because I didn't know my time. Next time I will make sure that you'll say, your time is ending. Well, it is a political construct, the decision of any language. Language exists because there are political constructs along with our identities. So the question that I have to you, and it's not an answer, it's where Romani language stays with that. Who are the ones to decide what Romani language is for? Who decides if should be or not on the Google Translate? Who decides who are the ones that are teaching and on what way Romani language is used in schools and so on. I think that's something that needs to get clarified, because I think for decades already we had many experts that somehow create a cleavage, a distance between actually Roma people and Romani language, when probably it's time to get back to what Romani language is for. It's for Romani people and their identity. So therefore, I think it's important that Romani experts rise and lead in this field.
Thank you for reminding us of the principle of Romani leadership, to which we wholeheartedly subscribe. Mr. Ianhero, please.
Thank you very much. Maybe I just to add, to be complementary to my previous speakers, I think after, as we have heard, 40 years or 50 years forbidden language, and now it's going really to come in the life and have as well a different kind of just orally users. And this I would like focus on angle of regard employment of Romani language graduates or speakers. There are various now positions in state and local administration, a high deficit of official, including court interpreters, work in national media, including public and private television. In our case, at the Romatan Theatre in Košice, or the Museum of Romani Cultures, and as Romani language teachers at the level of education, more active at the international level. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Are any of the other speakers would also like to share a minute of their last kind of comments or statements? I do not see any raised hands. So with this, I would like to say Parikeraf, nice to Savorenge, and thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. The future seems brighter, and I think that if we find more spaces like this to build synergies, we can definitely see some significant progress in the future. That's what we hope for, and that's what ERIAC is here for as well. So with this, I'd like to close this panel, and thank you very much. And I am now passing the floor to Mihaela Zatreanu, our dear expert and the leader behind the ERIAC language initiative, who will now offer some closing remarks. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Anna. I'm going to invite our co-organizer, the representative of the Council of Europe, Mr. Thorsten Afflerbach, the secretary to the ADI-ROM, head of the division Roma and Travelers team from Council of Europe, to say us a few words today. Mr. Afflerbach, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dear participants, it's a great honor for me to close this conference, and I would like to first of all congratulate the organizers for this second international conference. I think it is very important. A second one already establishes something like a series, and maybe this wasn't exactly foreseen or foreseeable at the first meeting, the first international conference that you held. But I think it is very important to have this second one, and hopefully we can look forward to a third one, really making this a series. But I will say something at the end about it. I would like to inform you of the fact that the chair of the Council of Europe Committee of Experts on Roma and Traveler issues, the ADI-ROM, Mrs. Tatjana Andilic from Montenegro, has today passed a message which has been published on the website of the Roman Travelers team, where she calls for the recognition, preservation, and promotion of the Romani language. Of course, this is, she would like also, she has done this in order, of course, to mark the World Day of Romani language. She says that Romani is a language of 10 to 12 million Roma living in Europe, and as such, it's an integral part of European identity, and it's an integral part of our common European cultural heritage. Language, culture, history are all pillars of preserving the identity of a people, and language is an integral part of the community and should be recognized. It should be preserved. It should be promoted. The mutual understanding and the respect for these particular language, culture, and history is of highest importance in the context also of the Council of Europe. So she recalls, and I would like to repeat this here in front of you, that of course one of the major goals of the Council of Europe is the fight against discrimination and the promotion of inclusive societies which are respectful of cultural and also of linguistic diversities. To that end, measures should be taken to ensure that the present generation of Roma children and youth can learn their mother tongue. The Council of Europe supports the promotion of Romani language and has developed a curriculum framework for Romani and also related resources for policymakers, teachers, training material, teaching material developers, teacher trainers. So this curriculum framework uses the descriptive categories of the common reference levels of the Council of Europe Common European Framework of Reference for Languages. So as such, it is also included in the wider policies that shape the Council of Europe work on all language education. We have also produced in that context a portfolio learning the Romani language for primary and lower secondary education students. Professor Little has just informed you about the most recent project going on at the Council of Europe in the context of plurilingualism. So I don't need to go into much detail here because you are all now up to date with the latest project and the latest activity that we have mounted to this end. I would also like to recall, coming back now to the Intergovernmental Committee, the ADI-ROM, I would like to recall that several years ago already, the Council of Europe has introduced the Romani language as a working language in the regular meetings of its intergovernmental committees on Roma and traveler issues, but also on the biannual dialogue meetings with Roma and traveler civil society. In fact, we have just finished the 12th meeting at the beginning of this week on Roma history teaching, where Anna Mirga presented initiatives of ERIAC on this. So thank you very much, Anna, for your most enlightening presentation that you gave there. I think the dialogue meeting was a great success. So these 12 meetings, they have all been interpreted also into Romani language. But also the International Roma Women's Conferences that take place every other year at the Council of Europe have Romani language as an official language. The next one, by the way, will take place at the end of this month. That will be then the 8th International Roma Women's Conference that we hold. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19 situation, it had to be relocated from Skopje, where it was originally planned to be held. It will now be held in Strasbourg in a hybrid format, but that means also that that it will be possible for many more participants to join online. And to follow it online. Last but not least, let me recall that, and this is again an emphasis by the chair of ADI-ROM, that the committee will stay committed in all its work and activities to the recognition, the preservation, and the promotion of the Romani language. And as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, the possible and hopefully future 3rd international conference on safeguarding our Romani language. It might be an idea that we then, for that next event, we touch base also a bit on the intergovernmental committees that we operate in the Council of Europe and in the context also of this ADI-ROM committee. But that's just an idea for the future, and it is of course linked to the hope, as I already have said twice now, linked to the hope that there will be a series of these international conferences and that we can look forward to the third one on safeguarding our Romani language. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I thank you very much for your very important contribution for today and for all the work the Council of Europe has done, the important work that has been done by the Council of Europe for the Romani language. We recognize the support that has been given to Romani over the years, in the past decades. And I would like to continue in the same manner and say that the efforts coordinated and funded at European level lay important foundations for the states to be able to implement calls for the promotion of Romani. Since the Council of Europe's interest in the topic began, the European Parliament has called for practical measures such as increasing the number of Roma teachers and ensuring the protection of the Romani language and identity of Roma children by making education available in their own language. And other European bodies have called on member states to offer Roma pupils instruction in their mother tongue upon parents' request. European bodies play a key role in the implementation strategies too, by delivering a model for a curriculum framework and by providing grants to produce teaching and learning materials and to train teachers. This seems to offer an opportunity for practical initiatives at the European level to enrich national and local provisions for the protection of the Romani language. The acceptance by the community of the Romani community of the norms of the common variety of our language has a major importance, and it should be promoted and spread through institutions, agencies, authorities such as school, ministries, the media, Roma NGOs, and other cultural establishments. Therefore, the Roma and non-Roma politicians, linguists, activists should be equally taking a role to achieve it and recognize it as an individual and mutual responsibility. The act of publishing in Romani and promoting consistency in its use in new domain, especially in public and institutional settings, constitutes a political act which requires political recognition and participation. The task of governments in relation to these challenges are, first of all, to enable such activities, for instance, by taking decisions on the shape of the school curriculum, to support them financially by paying for the production of resources or hiring training personnel. And finally, to adopt a policy that encourages the use and development of Romani language. And we hope very much to hear about more initiatives coming from the national governments as well. We thank you very much all for being together with us today. You inspired us with your ideas, and we hope to have more examples to share with all of you in the next conference that we are going to organize together.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Naistarastumenga savorenga kana pandas I conferencia. Mekastumen Vloresa.
Thank you. Now we close the conference.
Goodbye.
Devlesa taven sastevestetai bahtale.
Devlesa.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Devlesa. Devlesa.
Mr. Afterbach, do you want to say something?
No, this must be from the previous time. So I just want to say thank you very much and goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.